Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Oh,
Hola.
was that guy funny or was he funny? Did you hear what he was saying?
No.
He was saying he wanted to knock out Lennox Lewis and all that. He was saying, oh, give him a call, tell him I'm ready for him. It was hilarious. It was so funny. He said, oh, have you got Lennox Lewis's phone number? I said, not on me, no. He said, phone him up and tell that bitch I'm going to knock him out. Funny. Oh, I don't know. You meet some funny characters on you. Oh,
Are they all sitting in that off air hangout having conversation?
yeah, they're just about to come over. That one has actually been closed down now, so they probably join us on this one. I know Jose's coming over. Tex-Mex is coming over. Um, uh, I hope that drunken idiot isn't coming over here.
Oh, yeah. But Armando's here. So, a little bit more control. Armando.
Yeah.
You're right. Slacker, answer me. You slacker. Well, I guess he isn't here. Anyways, the point is that I'm crazy and I'm hallucinating right now, so I need to go lay down. Anyways, it was nice talking to you. Bye.
Oh, I hope you feel better soon, Lindsay.
Thanks so much. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay, take care of yourself.
Yeah,
Bye.
you too. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, Tex. Hey, I went back, but you were gone.
Oh, okay,
Hey,
okay. Hey, Sean, you here too?
yeah, I'm here.
Cool. Hi, Sean. Long time no talk.
Yeah. Who was that idiot who was saying he wanted to fight Lennox Lewis? Does anybody know who he was?
I don't know, but he's pretty funny, man. I like messing with him, and he
So
speaks Spanish and shit.
hilarious. I couldn't stop laughing, to be honest with you. It was that funny.
Yeah, he's a. I think it's cool to have like weird people like him, and even like Surge and shit, because it makes the chat kind of interesting and shit. Like when Buddy and Richard and Surge are all fighting and stuff, and Ronin or
Yeah.
whatever. Hey, Buddy.
Tommy, my beautiful man, has gone to bed.
Well, hey, Sean, what time do you have over there?
It's 6:24 a.m. right now.
Wow, you're a freaking trooper.
I've had about 2 hours sleep. And I'm gonna have to go in a minute because I need to get my daughter up for the Super Bowl.
What do you mean by the Super Bowl? What is the Super Bowl to y'all over there?
Oh, Super Bowl. Super Bowl is a massive arena, and you can go bowling. It's just it's a big massive bowl, Super Bowl. That's what she wanted to do. So
Oh, that's cool. That's good.
it's the holidays now, so she wanted to do
Is it 5 pin or 10 pin?
10 pin.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, 10 pin. We only have 10 pin over here.
Yeah, well, that's pretty cool, Sean. I guess we all stay up late, to be on here together and shit because of our times. Our time zones are all crazy, so this
Yeah,
shit's killing me though. Like I go to work all fucking sleepy and shit.
yeah. She's an absolute pro at it. Bowling.
What?
I'm just she. Sorry, she's an absolute pro at bowling. You should
Wow.
see her. I'm going to take photographs of her later. Yeah, you'll have to excuse mine and Tommy's romance in the hangout.
Oh, it's all good. I think that's pretty romantic, Sean. I don't know if it's real, what you got going on with Tommy, but if it is, then that's y'all business, and I think it's pretty cool. Fuck it. Who gives a shit? It's cool that people can meet someone else they get along with on here. It
Yeah,
just
cool.
it just kind of sucks, sometimes when you get along with somebody real good and they're like on the other side of the world.
Yeah, he's awesome, he is.
Right on, Sean.
I know he's a little bit older, but if he was living in this country, I would be over his house like a shot, put it that way.
Good stuff, Sean.
I don't think Beck was very happy last night.
Why, Sean?
Well, me and Tommy were talking romantically and that, and Beck was getting his ear off and telling, I don't know, I don't know what was up with him last night.
You know what I think it is, Sean, because Beck, like, he's very protective over you. He sees you like a daughter. Like, that's been going on for the longest.
Yeah.
Because me and Beck, like, I've known D-Beck for a long time, like, before I met any of y'all, because we came from the same shack. And, like, to me, D-Beck is like a drunk uncle. Like, that's my drunk uncle. Like, he's my uncle. I've been calling him that shit for years, like, before I met y'all. And remember that little episode me and you had, and, like, he took your back real quick because he's, like, super protective over you.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, he's very protective over you. That's for sure.
Mm. He doesn't need to be though.
Yeah, he sees you like a daughter or something. I don't know, a niece. I don't know, but I know he does kind of
I
hold
think,
you.
yeah, I think you're right, Tex, 100%.
Yeah, yeah. D-Bag has a special spot for Sean. I mean, it's obvious. He's been doing that for years, like for months. Like,
Mm. I've known him for over a year now. And Dave.
and you know
Met
what?
them all.
You know what's badass about Mondo's channel? Because like some of us are from the old TYT, not that new TYT bullshit, but like there's this old TYT,
Yeah,
and
you
some of
know.
y'all, and then like he bring everybody together, like the people from Newsmax, the people from TYT, and now Al Jazeera, like. So we're all like, it's weird because we all come from different crews, and now we're all here together and shit.
It's the best, man.
Yeah. And like a lot of us, used to be trolls and shit. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like I used to be a troll. That's how I got into this shit. Like I used to go fishing and shit. And while I was waiting, that's how I started trolling, because I was fucking fishing, and you get bored while you're fishing, and that's how I started even trolling to begin with.
I didn't even know what a fucking troll was, man.
And it's like now it's
I
like
met
the fucking Newsmax trolls and the TYT trolls, like everybody's just one big happy family now. But yeah, like Rash Don, I see him in the text chat talking about the OTYT. But yeah, he was there. He's been there since like fucking forever too. But it was weird when I went to Newsmax and I met all of y'all. Like most of y'all here are from Newsmax. Y'all are Mondo's clique. Like, you know.
yeah. I'm from Newsmax, I am.
Yeah, all of y'all.
I remember the first conversation I had with Armando, man, when we came over here in
So
that morning.
I remember when I used to troll back in the day and shit. Cause I don't really troll no more like I used to. But I remember when I used to troll, and I used to like have like different chats like saved on my YouTube channel. And I remember I used to think Newsmax was weird as fuck. Like I used to sometimes glance at it, and I used to see all of y'all like before I knew y'all and shit. And I used to see y'all like all of y'all fucking trolling each other. Like it was weird to me when I used to see Newsmax, and I used to call it Lame Max. That's what I had it saved as, the link to Newsmax. And I remember Mondo used to troll the fuck out of y'all. He used to call y'all demons and all kinds of shit. And then whenever he started the channel, we heard his voice and all that shit, and everyone heard everybody's voice and found out who was real and everything.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
Sean, but remember, I mean, when I had Gangster Chat, we had already been really good friends back then.
Oh, I'm gonna have to get out of bed and go and have a shower and wake myself up and drag her out of bed. It's like it's 20 to 7 now. We've got to be in the city centre by 10 a.m.
Damn.
Our slot is booked for like 10:30. So if we get it by 10, we can go and have a cup of tea before we go.
You better drink some coffee. You're gonna feel like shit.
I can't drink coffee or tea with caffeine, then. I shake. I suffer with anxiety when I drink that.
Oh, I got you. You can't have like caffeine and stuff.
That makes me shake.
You're gonna feel kind of shitty though because you've been up all night,
Yeah, I've been up. No, I haven't been up all night. I slept about 3 hours, but then someone sent me a message and he woke me up. My head was banging anyway.
Okay. So when I went to work, like I was up on here because this is pretty addicting and shit. And then I've been working like even on the weekends, like every day for the past couple of weeks. And like today, actually for the past couple of days, I've been going to work feeling like fucking super sleepy. But I think tomorrow's supposed to rain, so that's why I'm staying up and I'm drinking a little bit because I think I'm gonna get rained out tomorrow.
Hmm. I'm just thinking what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get out of bed.
Damn. 6:43 over there.
Yep, 6:43 a.m. If I put some Guns N' Roses on, that'll wake me up. I'll jump in a cold shower as well. Fine in here.
Yeah,
Fine.
that's crazy. Staying up, like, if you were here, like, the routine is like when you've been up all night, like drinking and shit, you go eat in the morning. You go eat some menudo. It's like this Mexican, like stew and shit. And
Yeah.
it makes you feel better.
No, I haven't been. I had a few sorry, I went to the pub last night with friends and had a few pints of cider because my daughter was my daughter teaches drums. And she was basically doing her drum thing, and she didn't come home until late because, it's Easter holidays in the UK. So I got home quite early.
Yeah, I just noticed Shadamas in the hangout.
Ah, right, yeah. I added him.
Cool. He's fucking cool, man. I've known him forever.
Yeah, he's lovely, Shaddam. I like him.
Yeah, he's from the old TYT clique.
Yeah, nice boy. How are you, Jose? You alright?
Yeah, I'm just trying not to sound too loud here. I'm just picking on some, you know what I do, right?
Alright, okay. Yes, the big romance between Tommy and I is going just swell. And I do apologise to everybody listening on the panel about him asking me to send him nudes. He shouldn't have said that, and I give him a bollocking. I do apologise to everybody that saw that.
It's okay, Sean. I think it's really cute. Like, that's cute, Sean.
I've had loads of people messaging me, right, and saying, Sean, what the fuck? He's like
But like,
65. And I'm like, yes, so what?
Sean, how old are you? You I'm taking you're around like in your 20s or early 30s or something.
What, 34 I am?
Wow, damn, you're the same. A lot of those are 34 on here. Me, you, Mondo, Dave. Um, there's a few of us that are 34.
Yeah, 34 I am. And he's 65.
He's 65.
What? He's 65, yeah, and I'm 34. What can I say? I live an older man.
So how many years is that?
30. Isn't it 30? Yeah.
So you're 34. Yeah, that's right. That's like 31 or something.
30, 31. So.
Age is just a number, though. If it's love, it's.
Yeah, Dex.
Hey, Demelo, you look better with you growing your beard back on, huh?
Yeah, a little bit.
Is that a pretty new pic you got on your avatar?
What's that?
Is that like a new picture you took on your avatar?
That's actually an old picture that I put on.
Oh, that's an older picture?
Yeah, actually, that's from November.
Oh, okay. Oh, from November, from the fall.
Somebody just asked me if I'm Irish. No Irish here, just Welsh. Well, yeah, just over the water.
It's about time you come back, Tex.
Oh, I appreciate that, man. How you been, the mellow man? Man, you've always been real cool, bro.
A little bit like a roller coaster, to be honest. It's
Oh,
been
yeah.
a fucking long winter, man.
Oh, yeah.
Tell me about that.
It's all good, the mellow man. Spring is here, bro. It's time to cleanse and like get rid of all the bad energy and shit. And you
Yeah,
gotta
man.
start fresh. And when
Yeah, man.
spring gets here, you gotta start fresh, bro. You gotta start fresh. Summer's about to come.
Yeah, man. I was out today. I'm going to head out of town tomorrow,
Oh, you
and
are?
yeah, I'm gonna grab myself an acoustic guitar.
Nice. That's badass, bro. I heard you playing that piano, man. That shit's awesome when you play that shit.
I gotta have music, man. It's my way of expression. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's cool, man. So many like Buddy and shit. How you be jamming too? That shit's cool.
Yeah, man. Buddy, he's quite the player, man.
Yeah, Buddy's fucking cool. I could see myself drinking beers with Buddy and shit.
Oh yeah, man. I could see all of us fucking camping out somewhere, man. Are you kidding me?
Hell yeah.
You too, Sean. You're included in that.
Yeah.
What's that? Then?
Man, what a blast we would have, eh?
Yeah.
Have a friggin' fire going and, just fucking being crazy like we are.
Yeah, that'd be fucking cool.
I was thinking the other day, actually, right? One of us should write off. You've all heard of the program Big Brother, haven't you? I reckon one of us should send off to Big Brother house. Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that be absolutely fantastic?
I don't.
Me and Tommy together in the double bed.
I don't know about that.
Rose and Sean at each other's throats constantly.
No, maybe in the woods for a couple of weeks. I think that would be more like it, If we had a problem with one of we could take care of it. Nobody would know.
Yeah, Beck would be there, right? Beck would be there chasing around with a bottle of whiskey.
Oh yeah. I'm just kidding. I don't think we'd have any problems.
I reckon all of us should go in the Big Brother house, see? Yeah. Amando.
Wouldn't that be something, eh?
So cool. Wouldn't that be cool if we were all in the Big Brother house? That would be so cool.
I don't know about being, in front of cameras.
You came on camera the other night on Petra.
Yeah, but that was different. That was different.
Okay. I just thought it'd be funny. Me and Tommy together in the big bed. Keeping you all awake at night.
I think that would be funny as fuck.
Me and Tommy. Me and Tommy would get on like a house on fire. Tommy is cool as fuck.
Hey, this is cool as fuck, and it's like addicting as fuck too.
Sorry?
I said this is really cool, like all of us together talking, but it's like super addicting.
Yeah, Dave alluded to that like 3-4 months ago. What you just said, the last part.
What about how addicting this shit is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you know what, man? I think there's worse things than this. When it comes.
Yeah. This is a good bad habit.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, because it's cool because we all get to learn off of each other. We're all from different parts of the world, and I know we can have a few differences or whatever, but at the end of the day, we learn off each other, and we respect each other, and
Yeah, man. Most definitely.
Now, guys, I need to go wake the Queen of Wales up.
Okay, Sean.
All right, Sean.
Thank you for being a trooper and chilling with us and stuff.
Yeah, you too, Tex. It's nice talking to you again.
Yeah, you too.
I take care, both. I gotta go and get Fana ready for the Super Bowl.
Okay. Well, have a great day. Have a great day at the Super Bowl with your daughter.
Yeah, have fun, Sean.
Yeah, we will. We'll send pictures later, okay?
All right.
All right, that'd be cool. Yep.
Bye.
So what are you doing? You're renovating houses, Tex?
No, I do electrical work, bro.
Oh, you're doing the electrical stuff, eh?
Yeah.
That's good work, man.
Yeah, it's good, but I don't know. I like it and everything, but fuck, dude, it could be dangerous sometimes and shit.
Yeah, man.
Hey, buddy, you there?
I know he's been quiet, eh?
Yeah. I wanted to ask Buddy because I'm sure he has all kind. You know what I was thinking about? Like, y'all spend a lot of time on here arguing and shit, but like we haven't like shared a lot of like stories about our childhood or, imagine all the crazy ass stories that Buddy has and shit.
Yeah, Buddy is fucking cool, man.
I'm sure we all have crazy ass stories.
Hey, Buddy, man, what's going on? Hey, Crystal.
I just opened my window because I'm smoking. I can't go get more beer because they stopped selling beer at midnight.
Let me see if I get Buddy over here.
Hey, Mondo, you there? Oh shit! You know what? I gotta add that dude. He might be back from getting beer already.
Yeah, he's something, eh?
Yeah, let's just add him just for Let me see. Let me see if I can figure out how to. Add people. Okay, I'm about to add him. Okay, he's added. Why is everybody being so quiet?
Hola, amigos.
What? Who's that?
That's Crystal.
Oh, hi, Crystal.
Hey, Tex. Hey, DeMello.
Hey, Crystal.
Hey.
Hey, Crystal. Packy's on here.
Hey Tex,
What's up, Packy? Brother from another mother. My
where did
brown
your
brother.
Mexican friend go?
I don't know, dude. I just added him. He said when he gets back, he wants to go toe to toe with you.
What are you eating, Packy?
Chocolate, Kit Kat,
A what?
Kit Kat.
Oh, Kit Kat.
Hey, never mind. Crystal,
Yeah.
remember that trope, Manny Pacquiao?
Yeah.
That was me.
Oh.
Or did y'all know that?
Oh. Manny Pacquiao, yeah. I remember.
Hey, Crystal,
Yep.
there's a rumor.
It's not
It,
true.
yeah,
There, it's a
what's the
rumor.
rumor?
There's a rumor. They say that Crystal and Buddy are the same one guy.
Yeah,
They say
right.
they,
Yeah, right. Like Buddy
they're
can
saying
make that voice.
they are saying that when Crystal is on the panel, Buddy's not there, and when Buddy's there, Crystal is not there. So
Well,
There's
you know,
no fucking way.
we're in a room. We have our computers in the same room. We're side by side. So if I turn on my mic and he got his mic on, all you will hear is this. You might want to mute your mic on. All you will hear is you might want to mute your mic on. All you will hear
Oh, look, we got a new person. What's up, John?
Hey, man.
Carter?
How this works?
Hey, John. We can see you. Just so you know, your camera's on and we can see you.
Hey, John.
hey, John, you have some really nice eyes, very beautiful eyes.
Hey, John. We can see you. Just so you know, your camera's on and we can see you.
Hey, John.
John, you have to mute your YouTube chat because
Really nice eyes.
we're hearing the same thing over and over again.
You have to mute your YouTube, John. John
Okay.
with beautiful eyes. You have to mute your YouTube page.
Hey, I don't know.
You have to mute John. John, beautiful eyes.
There, yeah.
Oh, John just muted himself. You don't have to mute yourself. You just have to mute the YouTube page.
Yeah, now you can unmute yourself in the Google Hangout chat. There you go.
Okay,
Now you can unmute yourself.
mute myself.
There we go. Let him talk. HP.
I don't know how this works.
John, you'll figure it out, man.
Okay, mute my YouTube. I'm sorry about this craziness here.
No, it's okay, John.
I am not.
John, you'll figure it out, man.
I'm sorry about this craziness here.
No, it's okay, John. Nothing to worry about, John.
Mute my YouTube. Mute my YouTube.
Go to your YouTube page where you got the video on.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh. Okay.
There you go.
Okay, I got it.
Awesome.
John, you're very good looking.
Okay. I worked really hard at that.
Where are you from, Mr. Carter?
I was born in the United States in Indiana.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
But I'm is this I'm trying to figure this out. Can everybody speak at the same time and everybody hears everybody?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You can actually still see the YouTube chat if you know how to do that.
I can do what?
You can actually be talking here, and you could like go back and put the YouTube channel back on, and you could actually be talking here and chatting in the YouTube text chat.
Okay, cool. This is a pretty cool thing.
Yeah, it is. How did you find out about this channel?
Just when I log on to YouTube to see what live streamings are happening, you know, what's going on in the world, I saw this channel. It was the only one that was live streaming, so I joined it. If that's okay.
Okay. Yeah, that is okay. And just so you know, man, like a lot of us here, we've known each other for a long time, and we get new people all the time, and it's like a big happy family here, bro.
Good.
I gotta say, this is probably the best channel on YouTube for real.
Hey, I have a question. What is it that you teach on your channel? I see you there with some graphs and you're pointing at things. What is it that you're teaching? I couldn't get a grasp of it.
Well, I'm kind of in the process of creating my own kind of a forum, which is dedicated to enlightening, if I can use that word very carefully, people about how consciousness functions, how thought, you know, what the present tense is, how it reacts, how it happens, so people can begin to understand their own thoughts, for the purpose then of becoming aware of what I've identified 4 major consciousnesses at play in society. And yeah, because I've firmly convinced that once that is understood, then things will get quickly much better on our planet.
So that means you're not racist and you're cool with anybody.
I am not racist.
How did you come to these understandings, John?
Oh, just for a long time, you know, reading about psychology, about society, about the history of, you know, our being, and just, you know, developed kind of my own understanding, which I'm convinced if anyone can understand that, what I've understood, it will be very good.
Interesting.
Okay. I'm with you on that, John.
Okay. Yeah. This is really, you know, an interesting thing to have this, you know, communication going with, you know, lots of people at one time.
Yeah, and it's people from all over the world.
Definitely.
Yeah, Mr. Armando Vargas, he started this stream, and we're grateful for that.
He started this. I didn't understand that. The following
stream.
The stream.
This channel. Yeah.
How long has the stream been going?
I believe October, Armando.
Since last summer.
Cool. Where are you, Armando?
Yeah, it was the summer. You're right, Tex.
Yeah.
Well, I'm in Florida, and what happened with me is that we were a collective group in Newsmax, and we were going back and forth bickering with the text channel, and then I found this little Flat Earth Society people, right? And they had this going, and I didn't know how easy it was, so I just started finding out, and it's easier than what it seems.
I see.
Hey, Mondo.
Yeah, what's up?
I think it's better now though. Like when you first started, you know, you had all those people from Flat Earth, like Big Arrow and all those other people. I think it's better now that you have all these Newsmax, you know, all your old crew on here. It's better now.
Dude, I've always thought you guys were a much normal group. They were just lingering. Imagine that. I mean, I bet knew that we're gonna fall off. That's it. But this whole consciousness thing, I saw one of your videos. What do you? I don't know how to present this question.
Yeah, I'm interested in this too, man.
Yeah, I mean, it was a cool video, and I was like, all right.
Well,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I've been real busy and been putting things together for a long time, and just decided to go ahead and give that an attempt. And it's, not done very well. I will do a better version, which makes more sense. Yeah, because that is what I think is the problem with our humanity, is that people don't understand why they think like they think, and if people can understand how that is created, the thought process, and the inner and the outer soul energies and stuff like that, when they can realize that as a game plan, and then reassess what is in your subconscious vault, and become aware of that, we will find that we all, as a human being, as a species, as a creature, want love and want to help, and will help, and will bring things much quicker, much better to the world.
Got it.
Well, John, nice to meet you. This channel belongs to my Lord Vargas, and I'm his protege. My name is Honest Pakistani. I'm a
Hey,
very different part.
mind you, you see, this is the thing about the trolling, Packy, that I don't understand. Since I view John as a serious dude, John, I don't tell him to call me Lord or anything like that. It's just a trolling mechanism that he uses in order to troll me. I've never set him up or none of that stuff, just in case you're pondering.
Stop lying, my lord. Stop lying.
That's the
That's
thing, dude. Like,
that's my
you make
lord's big heart. He refuses to accept any kind of credit.
fucking weird.
That's how my lord works. Uh, but John, we are so happy to have you with us, and you have some really pretty eyes. I'm kind of cannot stop looking at them. They're really cool.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, did you say your name was Honest Pakistani?
Yes, sir, indeed.
Okay, and you talked about your Lord.
My lord Armando Vargas.
Don't get caught up in the whirlwind. Hey, I'm seeing what you're saying here on this video, and you have a graph here that has a little yellow dot. Is that yellow dot information dropping into the consciousness and where it goes or something? Am I getting this right?
Well, basically, what I've attempted to, start, and I will make it better, is that,
Yeah, I bear with you. I know. Don't get nervous. Like we would try to understand before we, you know.
Yeah. And it's okay. I'm like I say, I've been working on this for many years, just putting things together, and the whole idea of noetic science was enabled me understanding that, to go ahead and see, okay, I can do this because I understand now why people's collective consciousness, groups of people, why they get constricted into their own groups. But I mean, the whole idea has to do with unless a person has intensely gone into seeing all the different types of value systems they have in their mind, why they got them, where they got them, and what energies are actually behind those. We live in something that I would call subconscious unawareness, because the present tense thinking is an involuntary and is an involuntary and reaction from the stuff we've already processed and don't think about anymore. So, you know, being able to go in to your mind and rethink all the values you have, if you can, then you kind of start attaining conscious awareness, where you become aware of why you are thinking what you are thinking. And so that's kind of basically what it has to do with. Most people seem to me to be living in what I call subconscious unawareness. That is, you react immediately about something that you feel, whether it's good or bad, but you don't think about why you do that.
Got it. Do you think there's something feeding our subconscious, or do you think something is feeding our conscience?
The way it works is the way it works, the energies of the mind, the energies of our soul, the way it works, if people do not become aware of how it works and why it works, then in effect, the reaction to anything that we see comes from the subconscious, comes from the pre-labeled information, and we don't think about why we have that reaction.
Sir, I would like to call out the man right there.
Okay, you're not going to be, you know, railroading this conversation, are you,
Nope.
Mr. Lopez?
No, I just want to talk to the man right there.
Yeah, I know where this is going already.
Jeez, you sound like a coward.
No, I know your tactic.
Okay, can I not talk to the authority man right there?
Go right ahead, man.
I don't know. Buddy, what's up?
He's addressing you, Mr. Carter.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Wow, that somebody threw that up there.
All right. Yeah, no, I did this. I'm not gonna play the video, obviously, unless you want me to.
No,
I
that's okay.
understand.
I don't know what.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
know.
I know. Yeah, I know. I knew it was okay. But I'm just saying. I like this. I like this idea. I think I know what you're saying here, just by looking at it.
Well, I
Just
could
can't
explain
understand
a
it
lot
too
by
much.
looking at that right there. You see the sock
All
at the
right.
top,
Yeah.
purposeful, sick, attentive, conscious awareness. Ibaka, innocently bamboozled conscious awareness. And then skua, subconscious unawareness. And you have paka, proper, attentive, conscious awareness. The attentive in all of these cases has to do with people who are actually aware, and they're attentive about what is going on and have an agenda. Purposeful.
What happened to you, buddy? What happened to you, homie?
What is BACA? BACA stands. I'm assuming it's an acronym, or is it?
Yeah, all of these are acronyms.
Okay.
Sir, Armando, let me speak to buddy. What happened to you?
I'm here. If someone.
What happened to you, buddy? What happened to you?
Yeah, I wish I could see this a little larger. I can't see the letters in the bottom, or what's this subconscious all the way in the bottom. But I understand this graph. It's the best I could tell you.
Buddy, what happened to you, man?
What happened to who?
What happened to you, man?
To me.
What happened to you?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Yeah, don't get caught up. He's a little
okay.
troll.
No.
Right.
He's my man. He's my man.
You won't get sucked up in the whirlwind.
No. I'll. You know, I'm okay. What happened to me? Life.
What happened to you, homie?
Love and appreciation of this thing that we have here in the middle of this universe, and loving it, and being really, really, really happy to have found that there exists, beyond our capacity to understand, a higher form of consciousness, a higher form, whatever you call it, God, and there is no negative There's no evil force. There's no devil. There's no nothing. There's
Well,
only.
I want to ask you what happened to me, homie. What happened to me? Where did I skip the beat?
I don't. I mean that's for you to understand. That's the whole joy of life is for you to figure that out.
Mayberry, what's up, man? Welcome back, bro.
What's up, homie Jose? I went to the Walmart. I'm okay, man. What's up?
Orderly, that's good, bro. Glad you made it back, man.
All right, man.
Man, one piece. Yeah, there's some crazy world out there. But I don't mean to interrupt Eddie. I just thought that somebody around here will know what I'm talking about.
Well, say a few more words, and then if you're, so that I can understand what it is that you're talking about. You were at Walmart.
Loud and clear. And I bought my 30 pack. What happened to you, man? What happened to you that you gotta lie to the world?
What happened to me that I like the world?
No, that you have to lie to the world. I'm not in your level yet.
That's okay. I mean, we all are unique, and
You know, I'm just kicking and screaming here.
you're kicking what?
Kicking and screaming.
Well, if you are suffering, if that's what you're telling me,
Yes.
and that's basically that's the joy of life, is to find out what has gone into you, what you have been associated with throughout your life. And if you look at any point, you take the globe, you'll find happy people living in any parts of the world that have families and have children and work and enjoy life. So, but there's many, whether it's drugs or pharmaceuticals or war or sexual abuse, there's tremendous amount of individuals.
Do you understand who I am?
Do I understand who you are?
Yes.
No. I mean, I think that you're curious and that you want some answers.
You understand
Who
that I would
are
never
you?
budge.
Give us your name. Give us your name, David.
He doesn't have to give his name.
I am Legion.
You're a
Legion.
Legion. This guy's seen too many fucking movies.
All right, you want to play? You want to play, Armando? Step up to my game.
Hey, I like your answer. What woken you up? You said it was love. I like the idea that it's all positive, no negative.
Well, that's the point. That's the point, is that our soul has a demanding force in it to want things, to want to be accepted, to want to be an individual, to want to be a leader, to need friends, to need a group. That's our strongest instinct, to belong to a group. It wants many, many, many things. And when life presents itself to those elements in our soul and it doesn't get addressed as it wants, it reacts. So it's like kinetic energy.
Buddy, have you ever heard of Optimus Prime?
If I could write that down if you said it slower.
Have you ever heard of Bumblebee's father?
Bumblebee's father? No. I mean, I love bees. I love animals. And I respect that and find that to be the most wonderful thing.
You ever heard of the man that said, "The last night"?
The last night.
Forgive me, for I do not know what I do.
Oh, if you're talking about, assassinating and killing and all that type of stuff, I understand that very well, that even in the worst cases, it's all good, meaning people.
You don't sound like Buddy.
Excuse me?
You don't sound like the man from the show here.
Maybe he's not Buddy. You're talking to John Carter.
I want to talk to the Buddy from London.
Oh, I'm not the Buddy from London.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I thought I was talking to Buddy.
No. I'm a musician living in Germany. I left.
I I love you,
America.
man. Can you sing one song to me
Can I
before I
sing a
die?
song?
Yes.
Oh,
Elvis Presley. Uh,
Elvis had some. Yeah.
uh, Elvis Presley. I can't help falling in love.
Elvis Presley. What?
I can't help falling in love.
I don't know that song by
You'll be
heart.
40. You'll be 40. You'll be 40. I can't help falling in love. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, that's a wonderful song. I love that
Can
song.
Can you sing it for me before I die, sir?
Well,
They want to
flying.
kill me. They want to kill me in Southern California, man.
Who wants to kill you?
The Mexicans.
Look, man. Then you have to move. You have to. You have to. Uh
Accept it.
no, but you have to find out that that's a hard call. It's a very hard call because it's going on all over the place, and we know what's happened with the drugs in this little area that I live in. 500,000 Oreos a day are made on drugs,
I'm
and
sorry, sir. I will go back to the YouTube.
I that can't help falling in love is a wonderful song, and believe in love, and
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
don't and I would suggest you know moving and getting away
I
from.
can't because I lived here for 12 years, sir.
Yeah, but I mean, America is still a pretty big place if you're in America, and
Obama?
whatever. I'm sorry. I hear you, and
I'm sorry, sir.
It's real, but um you'll
My death
have
is my
to.
death. It's none of your business.
Excuse me.
My death is my death. It's none of your business.
Everybody's life
Sir?
is everybody's business.
Good
I'm not
answer.
ready to die. I'm not ready to die, Armando. These motherfuckers want me dead, man. Mexican mafia want me dead, man.
Hey, don't start crying on the mic, all right? With your emotional
I'm not
answers.
ready to die, homie. I'm not ready to die, homie.
Man up, nigga.
And
I'm trying, man. I'm trying.
Man up, old soft ass nigga.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying, man. You want me to say hello? You want me to say goodbye to my mother, man?
Hey, chill out with the trolling, man. You're killing the conversation, man. Nobody.
No, man. I'm not trying to troll. I'm not trying to troll, man. I'm trying to be a man.
he's trying. He's trying. It's real.
This is the real life, man. I'm fucking dying over here, man. This ain't no fucking toy. This is my last breath, man.
Have you ever done something criminal?
All I did was eat California food.
Have you ever done something criminal?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I don't fucking care about sex. All I ask for you, brothers, to help me. You won't help me. I ask you for help in China, Japan, Russia, Bulgaria. I ask for your help, and you, brothers, won't help me.
Why don't you read the book of John?
Who is that? The fucking John 1 and God was a God?
Go read the book of John for the next 3 days and then come back and we'll
No,
find out who you are then.
I'm God, man. And this brother right here, Sylvester Stallone, buddy, doesn't show his face.
So,
Maybe he's scared. Who is this other guy? You think you're Drake? You think you?
I think in your graph, you're trying to identify the seed, which is the contained information and where it goes in the human mind. That's what I see the graph doing. I don't know if I'm close. I don't know if I explained that right.
Armando can't help a motherfucker out.
No, man, because I know you're fucking trolling.
Why
I'm
you?
not,
Why?
I don't even entertain that bullshit.
I don't understand why you keep saying trolling.
Because
I'm a
I know.
motherfucker. I'm fucking a man on this planet, and you won't talk to me like a man. Why do you keep saying trolling?
I don't think he's trolling. I think he's
You don't think
very.
so?
I'm fucking hurting, man.
I think he's very,
I know.
very intensely suffering from 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 fear and from not being able to understand how to get away from it, and that's a difficult position to be in. So,
Who is this man? Sir, are you
Let him
Scotland? Are you from Scotland?
let him finish talking. Let him finish talking for you to understand who he is. He has
I'm
to be
sorry.
able to
He
finish.
sounds like he's from Scotland.
no, I was born in Indiana in 1958, and
American. You're American.
I'm American. I was born in the United States, and in 1979 I went
So
to
you
Italy.
read your Miller territory.
Excuse me.
You read your Miller territory. Do you understand Reggie Miller was born in my hood?
I don't know who that is.
Reggie Miller, the most famous basketball player ever.
Reggie Miller.
He was born in my hood,
In your hood in California.
Riverside.
Reggie Miller.
Yes, and his sister were born in my hood.
That's amazing. I have to excuse myself because I'm an orchestra musician and have spent years and years and years alone trying to refine my understanding.
Let me ask you a question, sir.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. You think that I ever met Magic Johnson?
Excuse me?
Do you think that I have ever met Magic Johnson?
I think it's possible.
I met him face to face, and I told him, "Get the fuck out of here. You want people to sign your basketball? What the fuck?"
Well, you're touching on, incredibly complicated and interwoven themes. If we're dealing with, slavery in the States or slavery.
No, Magic Johnson was no slave.
No,
He
I know,
said,
but you're dealing with people who sprout out of the earth where they were in their places and have attained something.
"Sir,
Yeah.
you ever heard of Vlade Divac?"
No. I wanted to say before, excuse me, let me finish what I was saying earlier,
Yes.
is that because I'm a musician, an orchestra musician, playing classical music in an orchestra, I've been doing this almost 40 years. I've been kind of secluded away from America, living in Germany since 1980, and I am not really up on sports and people and politics and things like that. I have dedicated myself more to understanding humanity, the consciousness of humanity as a whole. That's what I've been working with, and which I've realized now that if an individual can begin to process why they think the way they do and understand the formula for understanding that, then they can understand others and groups of people, because basically what we are on the planet is many, many billions or millions and millions upon circles of people who
I
want
love
to
you, man.
belong to each other.
But have you ever heard of Eddie Jones?
Eddie Jones.
Yes.
No.
Nick Van Exel.
Sorry.
Derek Fisher.
He's only giving you names of basketball players.
No, sir.
This guy's
Armando, I love
trolling.
you, man.
But
I love you, man. I love you, Armando. I'm dying over here, man. I just wanted to ask him if he knows Derek Fisher, the preacher.
No.
So you don't know you don't know MC Hammer, the preacher?
MC Hammer. Now I know that. I know that name. I know he's I think a rapper and stuff like that.
Do you understand? I'm hunting for him.
Your IT.
I'm hunting for him.
I can't understand that word for him before because I couldn't hear it properly.
MC Hammer better preach if I reach him. MC Hammer better pray to make it today before I reach him.
You know, it's the quality sometimes of the sound that's being transmitted makes it not.
MC Hammer said the streets ain't ready, or the streets are ready. And I tell him to his face, to the Bay Town, the streets ain't ready.
Well, the street ain't ready. That's for damn sure. The street is the street, and that's you know, the inner cities, and that's very, very difficult. It's not ready. It can't be ready. That will take a while.
Well, why can't I call my own hood out? Why can't I call my own idol out?
Why can't you call your own hood out?
My homie, MC Hammer.
Why can't you call him out? I'm
Yes.
You know, can you say in other words what that means exactly to call someone out? What does that mean?
MC Hammer, you're a bitch, and the streets ain't ready, and you too lit, you quit.
Man.
I just said that my idol is a coward.
Well, you know, there's a lot of people who have in their.
Homie, you have a computer there next to you?
Yeah, I'm using a computer.
Can you Google Mark and Cora?
Markin Core.
Cora.
Can you spell that?
MARC space CORA.
Okay.
That's from the United Kingdom.
MARC Cora. Just a minute, let me look.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time.
I see Mark Cora.
Latham.
Excuse me.
Can you look up Derek O'Hare?
We are. Excuse me.
Derek O'Hare from the United Kingdom.
You'd have to give me the name again. Spell it because I can't understand the words. They're not processed very well with this. You know, when it's coming all over the world.
Okay. DEREK space OHARE.
DEREK space.
I don't remember. The man that said that Jehovah's Witnesses rape little children.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, I don't know. You know, the all.
Help me out, brother. Help me out, brother.
All, you know, sexuality from the beginning of, you know, the Roman Empire.
No. You look it up. I don't give a fuck about Romans. Look it up. Derek O'Hare, the motherfucker got arrested.
Oh, I see it now. Derek O'Hare.
There you go. Jehovah's Witnesses. Now, what do you think about that?
I think that what I call in the video presentation that I have been making, I call that PSACA, purposeful.
I'm sorry, sir.
Conscious awareness. I think that there are thousands upon thousands of societies such as these, and that are deeply intertwined into all the different types of institutions on our
But
planet.
do you respect my homie? Tell me you respect my homie. Do you respect my friend?
Who is your friend?
Derek O'Hare.
He's your friend?
Yes. He's called me to my home.
Hey, John, what's up, man? Nice to meet you. My name's Buddy, man. Nice to meet you.
I'm sorry about that, Buddy. I'm sorry about that.
What's up?
I will go away, buddy.
No,
you want me to go away?
No, are you listening? I I've jammed with Artemis Pyle. He's living in Asheville, North Carolina, and he's also making a movie in California.
Oh shit. Oh man, I'm sorry about that, buddy. I'm jamming over here. You know what I'm saying?
Everything's good, man.
They just took a bong.
I'm sorry, but I smoke a blunt. I smoke what I smoke. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, he took a bong hit and he said, "I'm paranoid over here." You know what I'm saying?
Hey man, don't let that Gunji do that shit, man. I smoke a whole bag and sit there.
Gandhi, are you talking about the mountains?
Talking about Artemis Pyle, man.
Oh shit! Are you talking about Artemis Prime?
Artemis Pyle, the drummer for Skinner. He's living in Asheville, North Carolina, making a movie in
Oh shit! I don't know who he is. I'm just talking Artemis Prime.
Artemis Pyle, you asked
my nigga. My nigga.
Yeah. I am that nigga.
Calm down. We just scare my friends away. Tell him that I was just playing.
Oh, hey, John. Just so you know, man, he's just having a good time. It's all good. Very nice to meet you, man.
All right, buddy.
Yeah, man. Hey, looks like you got a nice place there. Hey, just so you know, I'm a musician, too. I respect what you've been doing.
Oh, really? What instruments do you play?
My sister taught symphony orchestra in Houston, Texas for 24 years, and she's teaching at the Music Academy here now. I've been around music all my life, too, so I can highly respect it.
Wow, that's, I mean, like I say, I was born into, I've been playing French horn, but I like, you know, lots and lots of different types of music. So,
me too.
Yeah. Very good.
Yeah, my sister, the few times that I did get together with her when I was younger, John, it was phenomenal, man. Like we played some Allman Brothers and stuff, and she was on the cello. My other sister was on the piano, man. It was so phenomenal, but that was short-lived. Hey, D-Beck, meet John. That's John in Germany.
Say good morning to everybody. We'll just say a general good morning, then we won't get the fucking hysterics, you know.
Yeah, John, that's D-Beck.
D-Beck.
Who's that? Who's that there?
His name's John D-Beck. How you doing, John? Nice to meet you. I'm Richard.
Morning, Beck.
Where are you from? You from the colonies as well?
John said he was born in Indiana and moved to Germany in 80 or 80 something.
Yeah, in 79 I went to Torino, Italy. I was there for a year and a half and then came up to Germany in 1980.
Oh, you're in Germany, eh?
Yeah.
Which part?
Did you look up Ronan Canucci in the phone book and go kick his ass for us?
Yeah, it's a story of a regular that comes here, John. But anyway, yeah, you'll start to know all the regular. It's just jokes, man. It's like a classroom joke. But man, I'm really impressed. Somebody's got their. Is that you, D-Beck?
I think so.
Let's see. Oh, that's better. Oh, there it is. But anyway, man, wow. I can only imagine. Uh-oh. Still getting an echo from somewhere.
That page is shut down and open up slow, so.
Okay.
I'll mute myself, see if you still get it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that. But anyway, I always wanted to go to a place I could seclude myself and, just do music. Unfortunately, I'm trying to get back to that now. As a matter of fact, I've got a studio out here in a building, and I do all my own recordings and all that stuff. I've got been writing music forever, been in endless bands, toured the East Coast here, and anyway, that's my story. So I'm actually trying to get around to re-recording music now as we speak.
Wow, that, I mean, sounds like heaven to me.
Hey,
Hey,
if
John,
you get a chance,
how'd you happen upon this room? Just out of curiosity.
I just, you know, I just went into YouTube and looked for the live streams that, you know, I usually try and to see what's, you know, I've been, since this political thing's been going on for a couple of years, I've gotten into just listening to people chat, watching people chat in all different directions, and this was the only one that was up and running, and so I just wanted to see what was going on and jumped in.
I see. So it's kind of random, pretty much, I guess. Huh?
Right.
Okay. Just curious.
hey man, yeah, man, we're glad to have you. Anyway, that's Richard. He's in Thailand.
Thailand, wow. So we
Yeah.
It's
are
hotter than a bastard over here now. It's hot season, coming up on rainy season. So yeah, it's hot. Too hot.
Yeah, there's people, John, we got people that come on here from New Zealand, wow, Australia, Canada. Let's see, Grizz London just came in the room.
Yeah,
Hold on.
All right.
oh, we all got to give a weather report or something. You know, nice and sunny here.
Nice, cloudy.
Wild wind.
John, that's Grizz that's talking now.
Grizz. Okay, hi Grizz.
What up, John?
Everything's good.
Good to you. What are we
Hey, let's see. Grizz, you're in the UK, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, John's in Germany.
Ah.
Well, he's in England. No such thing as the UK, really.
Right. I see.
Bygone age. It's a bygone age.
Demella, you still there? Yeah, Demella must be jamming.
No, I'm here, buddy.
Okay, I just want to say hi, man.
Yeah, I said hi to you earlier. I think we were doing something else.
We're still getting a bad echo from some.
It's D-Back.
Yeah, of course it's me. That's what you said yesterday, and it worked out. It was you.
No, if I'm speaking now, we could hear it coming through your thing. You can go back on YouTube and see.
I can hear an echo when you speak now.
It's you, D-Back.
See?
Of course it is. Has to be, doesn't it? Yeah, this is kind of games you get. I'm sorry, what's your name again?
John.
Everybody accuses each other. It will break into a full-scale fucking riot in a minute.
You working on that song, Demella?
Right.
So let's see, Grizz, any new input on Syria?
No, I've said all that needs to be said on that.
You know, I listened to you guys' chat on YouTube last night or a couple days ago, talking about it when I wasn't here, and I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get up on it, man. It was a topic that was in here the other night. I was just finding out what Grizz knew and what his interpretation of it was and everything. It's got a lot of crap going on over there, man.
But have you seen Kim Jong-un said if one shot's fired at the North Korea, he's gonna fight back, and he can demolish Seoul. Seoul, the capital of South Korea. He can blitz that in an hour or two with all the artillery he's got.
Yeah, China's been worried about North Korea for quite some time now.
I think China won't let America just like bomb them or whatever, though, or invade them. I don't think they will. I don't think.
Oh, I do know one thing that I heard on quickly today when I was watching something. You know, Russia supports Iran and North Korea, right?
Well, what do you mean by supports? Clarify your statement.
Is what I'm hearing.
You lagged out. We missed what you said.
Russia considers North Korea an ally, I guess.
I don't see anything wrong with them being, ultimately being allied to Iran. But if Iran starts doing, certain things, then that's where problems start.
Yeah, right. But as far as North Korea, do you know kind of what's been going on over there for a long, long time in North Korea?
Well, the reason a lot of countries are pissed with them is because they don't have, any Federal Reserve banking over there. The banks are owned by the state, not by an international, not by like the IMF, the International Monetary Fund or whatever. So that's why they're like Korea, because
the Federal Reserve banking is countrywide. It's not, the IMF is not the same as Federal Reserve banking. The Federal Reserve banking is inside of each country. Every country has their own version of a Federal Reserve. It's called central banking.
1, 2, 3. Is that any better?
Yeah, I meant IMF.
Yes, it is better.
Oh yeah, what I was going to tell you, Grizz, was, what's that, DeMello?
I said, yeah, Beck. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. What you doing? Eating a sandwich?
Hi, Ozzy. Cinnamon cream bun, man. I love cinnamon.
Oh man, cinnamon buns. I love them, man. I love them. But so okay, so I guess I'll just make a statement about it. Yeah, I definitely don't support anything to do with North Korea, man. The people over there are freaking miserable, man. So I definitely don't support anything about Korea. But anyway.
Okay, you know, it's a no smoking room. It's a no smoking room, John. You know that. Yeah.
I'm about ready to quit.
Hey, don't feel bad. We do things, but up here in this panel, I could be doing something right now and nobody even knows.
That's all right. I just started smoking again after quitting for almost 10 years to associate myself with my children who are into things and just to get into their circles, and which was but I've done my time now. I'm about ready to quit.
I hear you, man. Yeah, it's not good for singing, that's for sure.
It's not good
how long have you been smoking, John?
Just since about 10 months.
Really?
What?
I quit about 10 years ago, and I thought I'd never, ever smoke another cigarette. But I promised my kids that if we could kind of make some kind of a understanding, I'd party with them. and so that kind of happened, and I met up with them, and so we partied a little bit, and they were smoking, a little bit of stuff with tobacco, and so I had to do that. I promised I'd do that, and I did that, and so I'm still smoking cigarettes now.
That kicked you off again, yeah?
Pardon?
That kicked you off again. That little party kicked you off again.
Yeah, but it's just you want to hear something really, really wacko? I'm thinking about going for the long run, live a long time. So I consider this kind of like workout for my lungs. Once I quit, they're going to be really strong and be able to last a long time.
Yeah, I used to think that way too until somebody told me that sounds like more of a rationalization than science. I used to quit and smoke like every few years I'd swap around from quitting to smoking with that idea in my head, and it's just not true. You know?
I absolutely know that, and I am going to quit very soon.
But I just started.
Turkey,
Sorry, go ahead, Beck.
Turkey, or do you use patches or tablets?
No, I quit, and when I quit, it's like from 1 millisecond to the other, it's gone, and it doesn't happen again.
All right. Yeah, I needed the tablets after 45 years.
You know, for me, it's one of those things where, you know, I don't need any of, you know, that type of stuff. And I have to wait for that, you know, that second, and then it's gone. And then it's like it never was there.
All right. Oh, well, that's good if you can do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope you do. Yeah.
I will.
Yeah, you just gotta decide that you're gonna do it. It's like quitting drugs or anything else. You just say, okay, enough is enough, and that's it. I know what you mean.
Yeah, I think I'm going to need some kind of medication to take me off chocolate. You know.
Yeah, that's something. That's a good idea, Beck. If they can come up with, you know, some kind of pill for somebody that has a sweet tooth like myself. I know you have one too. You take a pill and you eat no sweets, man. That would be something, eh?
Well, I'm not into the pill thing. I'm more into the, you know, the taking control of your mind completely, and just that's what it's like. I like to go one direction further than, you know, everyone else says that guy is nuts. He's insane. Why does he keep on going? And then you figure something out that, you know, because you've gone that extra mile, that extra 1,000 miles, and then you turn and you go just the other way. I that's how I do it. I don't need. I'm not that kind of a pill type of a person. I'm more of a mind over matter type of a thing.
Yeah, I get it. I can do that too, John.
Yeah, you stopped. You stopped for a while, or quite a while on willpower. Was it?
Yeah. 11 days, 12 days. I know I can do that kind of thing. It's called being stubborn and determined. You just change your mind into something else.
Yeah.
It's not that hard.
No, another thing that I also love to do done for long is fast, you know, so I can go, I think the longest I've gone is almost like 8 weeks without eating anything. Just, you know,
8 weeks? Really?
8 weeks? After 8 weeks without eating solids. Like after 2 weeks, after the first 7, 8 days, the only thing I have is like hot water. And then after about, you know, about 12, then I have to start taking in a little bit of, you know, protein, you know, just small amounts.
And it's how much weight did you lose in 8 weeks? Fucking hell. I've stopped eating for 5 hours before.
No, it's you know, if you know, it's my experience is because I've done this for a long time. Then, you know, after it always takes me if I can get into the 4th day, then I'm on a run, and then about the 10th or 11th, 12th day, all of a sudden this energy kicks into your body, which you used to be, you know, digesting. All that energy to digest food and everything is canceled, and like your body is like on vacation, and you have an incredible. It only lasts for like 2 days of an energy, non-stoppable energy, and you haven't eaten anything in, you know, 11, 12 days, just water basically. But when that fat burning process kicks in, it's an amazing high. But then I
remember watching the Outswitch victim. I remember watching them practice in the Olympics, you know, when they were a bit hungry.
Yeah, I did that 6 days. I fasted for 6 days, John. I did that 2 months actually. In 1 month, I did 6 days in 1 month, and then the next month I did the same thing. I just drank tea and smoked cigarettes. And I'm gonna tell you, I lost a lot of fucking weight, man. Muscle mass. I lost muscle mass over that.
That's true too.
I think the longest I went without eating was 7 hours, but I started going a bit dizzy, you know.
Yeah, but like you were saying, you did that for 2 weeks, John?
8 weeks.
About
but you said 2 weeks, just no solids. You said.
No solids. The longest has been about 8 weeks. no solids, so that you're only drinking, like, after a couple weeks, you start taking in just, all I want to do is give my body all the nutrition, fat, sugar, glucose, and protein, and the stuff that it needs to continually
Yeah,
function.
I
Only
heard
what it
that
needs,
part.
and
I
let
heard
it
that
burn
part.
off all the fat.
But what was the
Plus, you
longest you
save quite
went
a bit.
without
Save
food?
quite a bit of money on top.
Without food, what was the longest you went?
Well, about 8 weeks.
Really?
Yeah.
When you died, man?
Yeah. But pardon?
Wouldn't you be dead?
No, I've tried to, after like 2 weeks of time, then I will take into my body things like, teaspoons of yogurt and
Okay, so that's food.
oil, and a few things. I try to give my body all the things that it needs to,
Right.
to all sugar, some honey, and a little bit, just enough to keep it,
Yeah,
running,
yeah.
feeling
I
good.
get it.
It's a
I get
wonderful
it.
time, but I don't eat any solid.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't fancy losing more than about 40 pounds because my clothes won't fit me,
I'm planning on getting all the fat gone. That's one thing I want to do one more time.
Yeah.
Is get it all gone, burn it all off. I'm looking forward to
quite
that.
fond of my little pot belly. I can rest my cup of tea on my little pot belly. I don't mind that.
So how long do you think you'll live for, John? You said you want to live a long time. What's your estimate?
Yeah, well, that's well, spiritually thinking, of course, I like to think about how all of our molecules that we have, from the beginning, the sperm and the egg, that energy, they all belong to other life forms. And so, we are here for the long haul. And anyway, but I know what you're saying specifically. I don't think about that too much. It depends on if I can find an outlet to use my energy. It could go for a long time, till 90s or something like that.
Okay.
Oh, you mean as a human being? Yeah.
Yeah, living this life.
Do you exercise much?
When I do, what I like to do is shuffle, is what I call it. It's like the slowest form of jogging possible, and I can go up into the mountains here for like 8 hours, 7 hours at a time without stopping almost. And it's really pretty up here in the Black Hills. So, and like after 2 hours, it's not walking and it's not jogging. It's like isometric running. Each leg is always in a position of consuming energy, and you're not jogging. I call it shuffling, and you move. And I take some, because no one sees me, you can take things for your arms and move your arms at the same. You're just getting your body moving. I can do that. I love that. I can go for like 45 kilometers up into the mountain and down.
Oh.
That's my longest. That's a beautiful thing.
45 kilometers.
Yeah, about 30 miles.
Wow. How old are you, John?
58.
58.
You're still a kid. Yeah, I could walk maybe half a kilometre talking to my vegetables,
Yeah.
Well, that's the coolest thing about the way I like to do this. It's been almost 2 years since and yesterday I started up basically, is that, by jogging, the regular jogs that run like, dinosaurs, very hard pounding stuff, that doesn't work. But if I shuffle, and I can start out going just for like every day, first day for a few minutes. And
how's
then,
your shuffling compared to what we call power walking here in America? You know what that is?
Yeah, power walking, your legs are extended kind of more like on stilts, kind of in a way. And so
Right,
it's
I know what you mean. Yeah.
so, but shuffling is like if you push down on your foot and all of your leg muscles are being engaged, and you get to the next foot and you push it down, and all of the leg muscles are being engaged, and you're like pushing, and you go slow.
Like that.
So it's
marathon walk, and they can't let a foot leave the ground.
No, I like to get like, you know, a millimeter off the ground each time. I mean, just a little bit. So it's not walking, and it's not jogging or running, but it's what I call shuffling.
Okay.
It's just like the slowest form of shuffling. The slower you can go, jogging, the slower you can go, the better you can go, and the longer you can go. And I'm not trying to go a long distance as fast as I can, but a long distance as long as I can, because then the heartbeat's going for a long time. And I tell you, after 8 hours of nonstop, okay, maybe a 10-minute break here to drink a juice, or 20 minutes or 10 minutes there, but like after 7 to 8 hours, you can go down and go shopping, and you feel like you haven't done anything, and you've gone up, you know, 1,000 meters high up into and there's some places that you got to climb, and your heart's going like 180, 185, and you get up to the top of the level, then you go for 2 hours, and you feel like you've just gotten out of bed. You feel so wonderful, great. I love it.
You get after exercise, yeah.
Hey, you do that for 8 hours, man?
That's the longest I do it. Yeah, and when I start up, you know, I you know, like the one little run here that's only like about 15 miles. You know, I've got up into the hills. I've got these different places scheduled off. So yeah, I can, when I'm good and I'm into it, you know, that's beautiful. Like 7.5.
Wow, man.
Mm-hmm. But I was talking about that. And then I did a research, and then I found out that there's these, you know, and this guy named Stu Middleman, I think his name is Stu, he's got the world record for 1,000 miles. And these guys, you know, I thought I was doing something kind of cool, whatever, you know, because I was enjoying it. I was going for like 45 kilometers in one day, kind of nonstop. And so then I met this other horn player, and he says, well, I just did 110 kilometers, you know, and they, in one day, but quicker. And so you get these guys that's called long distance runners or whatever, you know. I read this one book, and you know, they go for like 3,000 miles or 1,000. The guy who holds the record, you know, emailed him for 1,000 miles, and it's like I think it's like 2 marathons a day, basically what you're running for 11 days in a row.
Yeah, they call them mega. I think the technical term is mega marathon, and they've got different crazy long distances.
Yeah, but the body can do that. It's amazing that, you know, they can. So 45 to 30 miles is like, you know, nothing.
Yeah, some of them guys end up with, you know, 16 broken bones in their foot at the end of the races too. You know, I mean, it's not that necessarily the healthiest thing to do.
I understand that. Yeah.
I mean, it's supposed to be, you know, inhumanly possible to do that, man, and yet they're doing it.
They're doing it. Yeah, they're doing it, and it's like you know, like it's 1,000 miles in 11 days. You can measure it out. You know, I don't know how much they sleep, but you know, they just go and they go, and it's
wow.
The body can do that. So that's why I like.
Put Serge's back on in text. This is the worst chat on the web.
Yeah, look up DeMello. Google mega marathon and look at what the record is, and you'll shit yourself at how quick it is for that kind of distance.
Yeah, John, like I'm shocked at what you're saying. You do that for 8 hours, and that's like going up a mountain and stuff. And you know, these guys, 3,000 miles?
Well, not in one day. It's like
11 days.
11 days for 1,000 miles. There's 3,000 miles, and there's 5,000 miles. They've got them, you know, they've got them all listed off, you know, the world record holders. But so for the Stu Middleman, I think his name is, you know, you know, he gives speeches all over the place, and he's got the record, I think, still for 1,000 miles in America. And that was in 11 days. And that was like the equivalent of like 2 marathons a day for 11 days in a row. And they're not running slow.
I'm sorry, ultra marathon.
Right.
Marathon. Correct term.
Ultra runners, ultra running, or whatever.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you, Richard.
You're welcome.
Now I got to Google this stuff now.
Well, here's just kind of some little statistics for you. The 50-kilometer road race, the record is 2 hours and 43 minutes. 50 fucking kilometers in 2 hours and 43 minutes. 100 kilometers, 6 hours and 10 or 6 hours and 13 minutes, depending on if it's road or track. The 12-hour race, 162 kilometers. The 24-hour races get to be about 300 kilometers. The 48-hour races, track is 400. Track's the most generally. It's 473 kilometers in 48 hours. Man.
Wow.
Yeah.
And they do it. Here's another statistic. You know, I like to shoot baskets at the pipe down, and I wanted to see how many baskets I could make in a row from the free throw line, and then I stumbled onto Ted St. Martin is his name, and he holds the record for free throws. Guess how many they are for someone to make free throws in a row?
Oh God.
Take a guess.
Okay, free throws, 3-pointers?
No, free throws.
Just free throws.
382.
5,200 and something.
Oh my God.
Can you believe that?
That's crazy.
And what's the guy's name?
Ted St. Martin.
Wow. Never heard of his name either.
Well, in the heyday, I got his book, and you know, he's a nice guy. He's older now, and he emailed a bit, and he yeah, it's something that he just started loving as a kid. And then, you know, he wrote a book, and it's a cool book, and at that time he says in his book he was doing, I think he says he was doing 800 push-ups a day, like with sets of 200. And he seems very genuine.
Extreme. Sometimes go for 3 pisses a day. That's lifting a heavy weight. I can lift about 230 pounds, but my body tells me no.
Yeah, I know. That's why I like to shuffle and fast and get the fat off. I wanted to do 600 push-ups a day. I was doing, I think, 60 reps, and I quit at 540. That's when I started doing the push-ups, and after I quit smoking the last time, and I started too early, you know. And if you do 60 push-ups in a row, it's like running 100. It's like running 100 meters. You do them, and then you're breathing like you've just run 100 meters, and that's a cool thing.
You ever try any underwater type activities? You know, holding your breath, deep diving, any of that kind of stuff?
Oh yeah.
No, those guys are wild.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I would like I sort of like the concept of, you know, you take
Yeah, I've
a
seen
breath.
some guys do it like for 4 minutes.
I think it's like 25 minutes or something like that.
The cool part is when you get really far down in the ocean,
Yeah.
and then you just put your neck back and you just breathe out so slowly, and you can basically take, you know, expend one breath on the way up from a tremendous distance underwater. You see the military training, when they train people, they have to send somebody with them, because if they don't do it properly, and like you put your neck forward and you don't let the air out, you'll like your lung will explode or something. You know, something bad will happen and you'll harm yourself anyway. But basically, you get so low and there's so much pressure down at the bottom of the ocean that as you rise and you get up near the surface, you understand what I'm saying, Jamel? That one breath at the bottom's like 20 breaths at the top, you know?
Oh, wow, yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
All depends how deep you dive. There's some Japanese women dive for poisonous snakes, which they eat breath for up to 7 minutes. They're in the 60s, 70s, some of them.
Yeah. You know, that's it. I've looked into that too. I think the record is like 20 some minutes, 23, 25 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, the colder you are and the deeper you are, the longer you last. They make the seals go, you know, back and forth the length of a pool. I saw a video one time where the guy got right to the end and touched the end and passed out, and they had to fish him out of the water. And the guys that are fishing him out are kind of laughing. They're saying, well, he touched the end, so he passed. You know, we had to fish him out, you know. That's funny. A lot of people, they just pass out. The funny thing is nobody, at that point in the training, they're at least well enough trained so they don't stick their head up out of the water. They're either going to pass out or they're going to make it, but none of them decide to gasp for breath and take a breath out of the water, you know.
That's yeah.
And I think it's about 4 minutes or something if you swim on average. Depends how good a swimmer you are, of course. Yeah.
I don't know what the deep dive record is for, you know, just free diving. I'm sure it's some of those oyster. Is it the oyster divers that dive for pearls? They can dive to 90 meters or something like that. Not sure what depth it is, but
You get down low enough so don't fucking crush your head, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they do.
Oh yeah. About deep ocean, talking about free air breathing and diving. How far they can dive and safely get back up without the bends, you know.
You know, I don't think you could swim fast enough, like in the ocean, to get deep enough for it to crush your head, even if you try. Even if you're on a one-way trip, I don't know as you get, you know, 300 or what is it where you might need a helmet and all that? I think you're pushing over 1,000 meters at that point.
I think at 1,000 meters, I think it's earlier than 1,000. I don't know.
Think so? Yeah.
I think it's probably.
Could be. I'm thinking, you know, the Navy, you know, the bubble helmets and all that kind of thing. I think that's for 1,000 and below, but I could be wrong.
Okay, no, I don't know. I know that it's around. I know 100. You know you Google the world record for deep.
Free diving.
Free diving, going down on a string, way down is. I don't know if it's 100 meters or 120 or.
Sure.
Somewhere around about there.
Yeah.
YouTube.
Yeah, I'm thinking though those people are worried about running out of air more than getting their head crushed because they're too deep. But I could be wrong. I don't know. Possible either way, I guess.
Yeah.
But you just, you know, your average scuba watch, just scuba diving, normally recreational scuba diving, they're going down, you know, 200 meters. So it's got to be.
Oh, you're kidding. Okay.
Can,
I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, generally, like you take a 2-day course in scuba diving, and you're basically rated to go down 200 meters or less.
You're kidding. That's incredible.
It's way simpler than you think to get certified to be a recreational scuba diver.
My goodness, 200 meters. Yeah. That's quite a ways down.
Yeah, it is. It is, and most people aren't going to go down that far. But the general, equipment that you would get at the scuba shop and all that is about that distance or that depth, rather.
Yeah.
But you need lights, and you have to know. You'd be pretty stupid to go 200 meters down by yourself. 3 days after your course.
Yeah. Yeah. I was only referring to what I had seen by these free divers without stuff.
Right.
So with with equipment, yeah.
Fuck, you go down 20 feet in the wrong kind of swimming pool, and it feels like your head's gonna pop because of the the different physics of the swimming pool.
Sure.
Yeah, that diving stuff, man. They showed us a picture in the Navy of an underwater arc welder, and just picture a guy standing there arc welding, and there's a poof of red, and then there's this little dime-sized hole in the pipe. And what happened is the guy welded through the pipe, this high-pressure pipe, accidentally, and basically got sucked into the whole pipe in faster than you could see anything. It was just, and then the guys, well, does anybody want to sign up for underwater arc welding today? I'm like, no, I don't think so. Yeah, it was fucked up, dude. Just this poof of red and gone, man. Fucking unbelievable.
What was the pipe? Was it?
I don't know, some kind of high pressure pipe that he was welding on, and it's one of those films they have to scare you into not doing it. I guess.
You have to have respect. That's all it is. They're showing you.
Right. The same thing. They show films of nasty shit the SEALs have to do and warn you what might happen to you, before you join up.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's they certainly have experience.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a crazy world, man. Some of those jobs, I mean, the problem with the underwater arc welding, it pays some god-awful amount per hour, but you can only do it for so many hours legally because it actually causes cancer or just fucks up your body so fast that you can't make a long-term career out of it. You can get rich in a short-term career, but then you got to figure something else out to do because I don't know, something about the welding itself fucks your body up big time. You do it too long.
No North Sea welders that have been doing it 30 years.
And D-Bag's actually done this kind of stuff, so he'd be able to tell you on some of this stuff.
Well, I didn't work on oil rigs. I know some of the welders, but they do it for quite a while. They make a fucking lot of money.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any study that's gone into the different gases that they breathe, deep sea welding. They shall find out in due course.
Yeah.
Can't make head or tail what's going on in YouTube tips. John, what was your trade or profession?
I'm a musician.
Oh, right. What do you play then?
French horn.
Oh, cool. Duet with Ronan, yeah, and Petra.
Excuse me.
Ronan plays a couple of instruments. Petra plays one. Yeah. You'll meet him on the panel eventually. What
Okay.
does Ronan play? Saxophone. I think he plays the saxophone.
He plays guitar.
Petra.
That's the one I've heard him play.
Petra plays guitar.
Yeah, but so does Ron.
Yeah. Yeah, Buddy plays guitar. Gritzy plays the pink piccolo.
I have a question now. Now that I've joined this chat, will I find it ever again on YouTube or something?
Subscribe to Amando's channel page. Just click subscribe, and then you can join that way. You can join the YouTube chat, and then somebody will add you. Yeah.
I see. If I subscribe to
Armando Vargas.
Yeah, I just subscribed, so I guess
yeah.
And I will get notifications.
Well, when you click on YouTube, yeah, you'll see Armando is live. You'll see what live channel he has. Yeah. Click on that. Click on that. Takes you to the YouTube chat.
And then from there, I will be able to get from Armando an invite to go to the.
Yeah,
to the hangout.
The simple way to do it is on the side chat. I just posted Armando's email. Just email him and tell him you want him to add you to each chat, and he'll just do it automatically from now on. Whether you show up or not is up to you. But A Vargas 8885 at Gmail, and just tell him you're John and you want a regular invitation to the hangout. You know?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or message anybody and ask
Yeah.
them to add you.
If you want to find the YouTube stream again, just subscribe to him. And then if you go to his videos, it should say when one's live.
Yeah, it has a little red thing that'll say live. If you go there right now, you'll see what we're talking about because he has this one live.
Yeah, you'll have to ignore us when we argue with each other. We have the odd argument maybe once a week. You know.
Have an argument once a week?
Well, maybe once every 10 minutes. Richard normally starts them, you know.
Uh-huh.
I wish I could live till I was 150 and then I could say to Richard, I told you electric cars would take over.
Well, just yesterday, Tesla, you know, I guess what I'm trying to get to is the stock market would seem to agree with you because Tesla is now the largest car, or it actually lost a couple dollars in stock, but Tesla was the largest auto company in America by market, by value for a few hours on Friday.
Yeah, I saw that in Google a couple of weeks ago. I couldn't actually believe that. It was valued, you know, more than any car manufacturer or any other car manufacturer.
It was only valued more than everybody but GM until last Friday. Yeah.
Mm.
And they, you know, their deal is why would you think any different? We're not a car company anyway. We're an energy company that's going to revolutionize storage. We have solar panel division. We're, you know, they're like, we're way more than cars, so you shouldn't be surprised anyway.
Which
I think that's
Tesla?
because of Chinese. the Chinese invested 5 billion or something a couple of weeks ago. That might have been the reason for that. But they invested it in the car end.
Mm-hmm. Actually, that's a passion of mine. Would be to that is kind of what these videos presentations that I will be working on will lead into, and that would be transforming energy production on the planet, starting with like hundreds of millions of far offshore windmills, because you know, using oil and coal for energy, in my opinion, is like taking diamonds and gold and throwing it on a volcano, the lava, to cool it off. We need these resources, and we should be getting them and saving them and finding them, but not burning them up for energy. There's, you know, so you know, once these big companies get on the ball, oil companies and coal companies, and take their money and get into this new form of energy production, wind and solar and stuff, you know, they'll be making the money. But the only down thing will be there will be a natural decentralization of energy production, meaning there's going to be, you know, millions upon millions of small energy providers feeding into like the global grid, but it would be, you know, a capital industry owned by these people.
Well, every house should have solar.
Oh, there's echo again.
Every panel on a roof, every roofing tile should become a solar tile in the future.
Where I can even hear you.
Big roofing solar tiles. They already make them.
Well, of course they do, but they're not on every roof. Is the problem?
Not yet. You can't build a new house now without putting solar panels on it here.
Where are you?
Really? Where's that, in Ireland? Is the law that all new houses have to have solar panels, roofing?
No, in Moray in Scotland, you can't build new housing without putting solar power.
It's the most stupid thing not to do.
How would you get a similar thing in Germany about new builds?
I didn't catch that.
What's the policy on these in Germany? Haven't they got something similar about?
Well, I know Germany is the forerunner for you know, alternative energy. It's just like any other country. They've got like 4 different main, you know, energy providers. Which I've written to Eon, and you know, they use nuclear and coal and oil and also alternative. But the problem is only to have that monopoly on the energy, and they don't want to give it up as fast as they should. You know, one windmill can provide 1,000 homes of energy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Germany probably is a bit ahead of us on the solar power, but you're not ahead of us on the windmill power. We've already got thousands of windmills and thousands planned.
Yeah, but like in the Gulf of Mexico, you know, I see here, you know, somebody's picture of what's his name? The martial arts, who's also an actor, Seagull. You know, a couple of his movies. You know, you've got in the Gulf of Mexico 5,000. Each one of them has enough, you know, metal mass to have, you know, 20,000 windmills or 10,000 or 3,000 out there, and that's the only thing that's holding the world back. All of these companies will have to decentralize and spread out to millions upon millions of other people. They're not into doing that yet until the people request it.
Feedback, fix your mic. Fix your mic. You echoing.
Yeah,
What are you fucking
really,
doing
D-Beck, it's
me
pretty
for
annoying.
again?
Because it fucking is
Don't
you.
try to get rid of me.
Fucking is you.
Again, accusations flying all over the place.
Because it is you.
It is you, D-Beck.
Oh.
Well, I think it'll be a slow. I think you'll get where you want, John, but it's going to be a slow, gradual process over time, and it's just not going to happen overnight. I mean, look at how it's happening now. If it pretty much just keeps going in the direction it's going now, it's going to happen. It's just going to take a while.
Yeah, but you know, the wall fell in 1989, and no one ever thought that would happen. Things under you know, subliminally can happen actually a lot quicker if enough people, if that critical mass of the collective consciousness of humanity is reached, then things can go very quickly. That's what kind of I'm interested in, is bringing about people an understanding of, you know, their own consciousness, how it functions, and to realize that there are lots of groups and whatever. Yeah. So actually, it could go quicker.
It could, but yeah, I don't know. I think, you know, I'll give more power to you, but I think that you know, I wouldn't say you're fighting against anyone necessarily. What I'd say is that, like, what you're fighting against is the speed of the transition. You know, I don't think even people like ExxonMobil, they see this coming too. You know, the power brokers, you know, whoever they are, see it coming too. What they don't want is for it to be super disruptive. They want it to be at their pace, not at some crazy pace where, okay, we're going to wave a magic wand and shut down all the oil wells in the Gulf of Mexico and start building windmills. You know what I mean? They want a slow, gradual process. And it's, you know, the word I'm looking for is a smooth transition. That's
Absolutely.
what they want.
I agree. And I agree 100%. And it's going to be these guys who are going to have to do it. But
that's right.
It could go, you know, if you look in the 1860s or whatever it was when they laid the first intercontinental a cable.
I know what you mean, electric thing.
Yeah, they laid that first thing down, and it was, you know, made out of camel hair and wax or whatever, and it would take 8 hours for it to get from one continent to the other. You know, things can go rather quickly, but they have to be doing it. And so, and so, you know, that's what kind of my videos are intended to do, is to educate people about what PSACA is, purposeful sick attentive conscious awareness, and to realize that, you know, there's more joy. It's like, have any of you guys ever seen the movie Monsters, Inc.?
No, I know what it is, but I haven't seen it.
Well, it's you know, they found out, you know, in this, you know, that, you know, you can make a lot more money, not off of fear, but off of happiness and joy. So, you know, and in your own heart, you know, if you can realize, you know, that actually you're not as cool as you think you are by holding on to something, but by giving. It can be much more enjoyable life.
I'll tell you right now that the power brokers or the people behind the scenes are not going to sacrifice the economy to save the ecology. They never have, and they never will.
No, they won't. But life does. I understand that very well.
Yeah,
and,
sure you do.
But that's why it will take. It's like if you've got these guys over in this continent and these, and they all, everybody's got to do it. Everybody's got to realize it, and you know. So
do you think the masses want to have their economy suffer for an ecology that they don't really perceive as being an immediate threat, but only a threat if we don't change slowly? You know, I guess what I'm saying is, if the general masses thought that in the end, a slow change would result in the same place, would they be willing to have a fast change at the expense of their own personal economy? And my guess would be no.
Well,
People
I
are
think
kind of greedy, you know.
I think personally that through the ideas that I am, would want to get into the future, which I have here, but not yet out there, we would be dealing with a tremendous more economic growth that's ever been for everybody. So,
well, if that's the case, then it'd be an easy sell.
Yeah, well, but to be able to realize that, but the only thing which you've already said will be that in certain circles you're going to have to go down from making 50 million a year to maybe only 2 million a year. And
it doesn't sound like economic growth for those people.
Well, yeah, it's not going to sound, that's the point, but as far as, having a different form of capitalism, absolutely free market where everything's privatized, yeah, people that right now are making 50 or 100 million maybe would only go down to 4 or 5, and to cap that, and the top of that would be going.
How's that free market?
Free market is what the people want.
The free market is the board of directors deciding on the pay and the stockholders voting for the board of directors. That's what we do now.
Yeah,
how do you mandate the board of directors pay people less in a free market?
I think that it has to do with the way the collective consciousness functions, and that's why these videos that I'm dealing with.
I see. Okay, I got it.
Has to do with understanding what your own life is, what your own thoughts are, and if that can be done on a global scale, then it will automatically change. But you're not going to have Exxon, or you're going to have, you're not going to have one company doing this while the others are doing the, the old school or whatever, and everyone's going to have to get on the bandwagon. Everyone in every country.
Do you perceive this as an emergency?
I perceive this as a necessity and as an incredible stupidity if it is not done relatively soon. Because I know there's a lot of thoughts out there, and that's what I'm dealing with, is understanding your subconscious mind, understanding the values that you have, and realizing that they aren't that way, because we are like in a great big Tupperware container. And if you think about what's going on daily, we're, oil and coal and plastics and all this unnatural type of, pollution that's going on. We've got like 5 or 10 twin towers burning up into the air daily. The earth cannot survive like that. It's a fact that, if you have a small little engine in your house and it's closed off and you turn it on like a gas-powered engine, you will die, because it will consume the oxygen, and the carbon monoxide will kill you. And that's kind of what is happening on the globe, which, of course, for the people who aren't aware actually that this is going on and promote, we have to go for the next 100 years this way, it can't work. It won't work. And until they understand that there is a lot more enjoyment of life, walking down the street, looking at the sky, talking to your kids, there's a lot more enjoyment of life for everyone.
That's better. Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah.
Sounds all right now, yeah. For a while. Now you're kind of echoing some more now.
Mine just to shut me up, fuck's sake.
No, I'm not, babe.
Not for you.
When you talk, it's okay. It's when other people talk that it seems to be a problem.
No, it's okay.
Well, he muted his mic, I think, is why.
Oh, all right. Yep, it's muted.
Yeah, well, I turned my speakers down 75%.
I think that's also a problem on my end. Maybe my microphone is picking up the
Yeah,
speakers.
you're echoing, John.
I'm echoing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I got the microphone. Oh wait.
50%. What's that like?
Yeah, you're okay, Beck.
Testing,
Yeah.
testing. Sounds all right now.
Oh, my microphone must be sensitive. I've turned it down to 50%.
Go ahead and talk, Richard.
Yeah, you're echoing. Beck.
I'm hearing the echo again. Whatever.
Yeah.
This whole echo thing's too much. I'm just gonna mic out for a while. But I like talking to you, John, because you save the step of me having to. Most people, I have to go to an extra step of say why, because they make, they make their statements and
Yeah.
they don't explain themselves. And I like talking to you because you automatically explain why you believe what you believe, which is the next obvious question anyway.
Mhm.
So I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thanks. And like I say, my firmest conviction in life is to know that whatever it is that you're saying could be completely wrong, but it's and to throw that out there in that way, that I'm here just to learn, and this is what I have in upstairs, and this is what I think, but I know that I could be completely wrong and want to learn. And the reason I think that way is because of what I say why.
Right, and that's one reason why the smooth transition is an important concept. Whether it's quick or slow, it doesn't really matter. But a smooth transition is important because you could be wrong all the way along. And in the end, what I mean by wrong all the way along is only the severity of the problem and the speed at which it needs to be solved. And if it's an unsmooth transition that has a great negative effect on people, and you were to find out later that it was all unnecessary, you would feel bad. But if you have a smooth transition and people are not negatively affected, and the end result is the planet's fine, that's just better. So that's
Right.
my most important concern is in a, that people aren't negatively affected, because I do not believe that it's a dire emergency. I believe that it's something we have plenty of time to solve, but we don't have an infinite amount of time, and we need to start doing it now. But if we just ignored it and hope it went away, I don't think that would be a very smart thing to do. But you can already just see the tremendous amount of solar and wind and electric cars and charging stations everywhere in the world. It's already happening all by itself, so I don't see any need to force the issue.
Right.
I guess we discussed this earlier. The way I explain it is I see the proliferation of the solution happening so much faster than the problem is affecting the planet, that I think if we just keep going the way we're going, it will be fine.
Well, in any stage of humanity, whether it's computers that we had before or the newspapers that, there's going to be a change. There's going to be a fluctuation, whether it's horse and buggies to automobiles, whatever on the planet happened, there's going to be a change. But my point is, we have a limited amount of resources on this planet, and if our species on the planet is going to last for 20,000, 50,000, a million, 2 million years, they're going to be looking at us like the dumbest shits that ever lived.
Yeah.
If we consume this stuff instead of
right.
finding a way to use it, to capture it, and as like to 99 billion nines after that, recyclability, so that we are, that's where the smartness comes in. So there is, smooth is relative. Okay, but thank you. Armando. But there's going to be, you know, there has to be a change. You know, computers came, and before computers, the jobs were different. You know, the secretaries are typing on paper. It changed. You know, people. So there's going to be a change, but there should, and that's what I want to get into later, how that can change, so that, you know, so that people don't get kicked out of a job, so they don't lose their work, but there's more employment for everybody. But there's going to be a change, meaning, you know, if you're whatever company you are, and then your company is bought by another company, you don't throw 20,000 out of work, or so there'll be a different kind of capitalism where the shareholders, you know, have a different type of responsibility. You know, a free market, man. That's all I am about. Is, you know, the market is and the people understanding and demanding. Yeah. And when the consciousness of everybody grows, it's going to be better.
Yeah, you have to start by changing the law, at least well, here in Germany, but in America, there's a law that says that they have to maximize profits for shareholders. So, you know, that's one of the problems with our free market capitalism is companies are required to, you know, make as much money as they possibly can, basically. You know?
But you don't want the government to be in full control of this change. You want the market to dictate this change.
Exactly. I want there to be absolutely no government. I want the government to be nothing other than the policeman saying, you're going too fast, you're going too... That they don't have, you know, like in our Constitution. I want, you know, the people's understanding to grow and to become what we need to have. You know, nothing communism, nothing socialism, nothing statism.
I'm with you on that, John.
Yeah, there have to be a remarkable mindset change for, you know, for what you're looking for. And I guess you're right. That's why you want to start where you want to start, because right now, I don't care if it's the Cali drug cartel or Exxon Mobil, whatever stock's making the most money is what people want to invest in, right? They don't really give a shit, you know.
Naturally.
Hey, what about China? What about China? What about China? You think they got a real recycling business there, or are they just dumping boxes of computers and hard drives in the pit and just lighting it up, so all that mercury, all that chemicals, all that hardware?
You'd be surprised. They have, the problem is they send human beings to do this recycling in these really nasty, disgusting, cancerous environments. But yes, they're getting every scrap of gold they can off the circuit boards, and they definitely recycle, dude. But the problem is they send really poor people in. They get all kinds of diseases from doing it because they don't do it properly to protect the workers.
Where, in China?
Yeah, you can see some videos of some of these places with smoldering green fires and people with sores all over their skin, and it's unbelievable, dude. It's really fucking bad.
Yeah, it's like a bio warfare.
Yeah, it is.
Reaction. Yeah, but they're the best country for recycling. I'm being sarcastic. Oh, by the way, my name is Luis Castellanos, live from Washington, D.C.
Nice to meet you, Lewis. Talked to you yesterday, I think, didn't I?
Hey, I'm in a crapper. I'm sorry. Only China is the ones that are they dig a hole and they put everything right on the middle of it.
Yeah, just don't come wiping your arse, Lewis. Eh?
Yeah, China actually would probably be on the forefront of some of these things because they recognize how disgusting places like Beijing are. So they're motivated to do something about it, where if you're out in the countryside of Montana, it's not really forefront on your mind. America is really a pretty clean place. So the motivation to clean, even though it's actually dirty, it seems clean. So the motivation to clean it up isn't nearly as high. The pressure from the people to clean it up is not nearly as high as places in China that have grown so quickly. They're just filthy and disgusting. And people are saying, look, you fuckers of the government, get with it and figure this shit out, So you may find, Louise, that some of these solutions come from the place you think is the big problem, which, they are a big problem, no doubt. But
I understand. Yeah, I enjoyed being in China. I was there a few years ago, and yeah, that's a very, in most countries, are really proud of their heritage and love nature and love, cleanliness, and things have changed, since 100 years, and no question that that people are looking to have, good solutions, but it has to be done on a global scale.
necessity is the mother of invention, they say. It's just when people perceive it, that's just how we are as human beings. There almost has to be, a car crash before you invent a seatbelt, right? The pendulum has to swing until it's just patently obvious to everybody, or they're so busy with their lives they just sort of, yeah, okay, we're global, what, who cares, is dinner ready yet,
Right. Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm driving at with this forum type of a thing, is addressing the self in a way to realize, that there's actually much more joy in understanding what our humanity is, our being, and it's not what has been, promoted as being an aggressive and a greedy thing. It's actually, if it can grow how it's supposed to be, and if we can learn how it's malfunctioned or malformed, we want to go to that other, because there's more.
I don't think most people are greedy in today's world. I think most people are just, it's almost to the point now where taxes are so high and things are so expensive that, a couple with 2 children is just trying to survive. They're not trying to be greedy.
Yeah.
They're just trying to feed their fucking family anymore,
No kid. Yeah. And so if I can, I've got this thing that I'm going to try and do with the consciousness. And then
But I feel like I'm rushing you. That's why I haven't really pressed you on your what you really want to, get across to people, because I don't think you're like ready to discuss it with us, really. You know what I mean?
Well, it's there's like
take your time, John.
Everything that I'm dealing with about understanding how the consciousness works, how the brain works, how it really truly is in its essence, has to do with then realizing, which would come in the next phase, the 4 major different types of consciousnesses that are at play and that would want to be different, and then to direct that to the gameplay as to how we can have absolute free market, dictated from the elevated state of consciousness of people, so that everybody has a guaranteed participation and a dignified standard of, so that we create, with a style of lifestyle for everyone that is worthy, so that you're not worried about, not being able to buy eggs or shoes and stuff like that. And that's all possible if we can get to that. So the first part would be understanding truly, how consciousness works and how you thought, the present tense thinking, and what you're dealing with, and why you think that way. The next would be to identify the 4 major different types of consciousnesses that are at play, and how they in themselves are, apart from what I call paka, which is proper attentive conscious awareness, and to identify them, and then to see how these other forms of consciousness use, through occupational politics, bread and circus, use different venues or different instruments in society to promote things that they would want to promote if they could understand themselves better. So the deal would be to bring first, how consciousness functions, to what types of consciousnesses there are, and to see them, and then to understand the game plan. And once that is understood, everybody is going to want to, everybody's going to want to walk out and have, in nice gardens, and everyone, would want to have a participation, a job, something dignified, so that there's no unemployment and all that stuff. And so there is a gameplay at play which would enhance, the state of capitalism, the state of free market, based on a matured collective state of consciousness, which would enable that smooth transition and peace and happiness and all that other stuff.
Do you think that people, I don't know how we want to classify them, but people that sort of refuse to join in society and in the job market, do you think they really don't know that they would be better off working, or do you think that they just don't care? Because I think everybody knows they'd be happier and healthier and get more respect from their family and friends if they were out working. And those people that refuse to, they just don't care. And I'm not sure, I guess what I'm saying is, I think bringing that consciousness idea to that group of people, I don't see it really mattering. I think they'd say, yeah, I kind of knew that already, and I don't give a shit.
Well, that's kind of like, I'll say kind of a riddle, why is a radical Islamic terrorist a radical Islamic terrorist? The answer is because he didn't grow up in Kentucky, or because whatever. People grow, and that's another very big part of this first part.
Yeah,
of the
you're a product of your environment.
There's a point of no return where the brain takes on, it's like reality. We look for reality, and when we've been conditioned to think some way, then the reality the question for what reality shuts down, and the defense mechanisms kick in, survival instinct, and we protect that. Whether it's, I think society sucks, I don't want to work, I want to live off the taxpayers, whatever. That is an unfortunate form of conditioning that can't be enhanced very easily in huge groups of people that have their minds set that way. So it's not a question of whether those individuals realize that it would be better. It's that they can't realize that it's better because of.
And will your consciousness, I'll just call it your consciousness training program, would they be able to after that, or do you think they're too far gone, or?
Well, there is a point, what I call the point of no return, where physically certain people, where the brain, how it works, and they call it, how ideas form. Sometimes the stronger you have an idea, that's what I call flower pots, depending on what kind of flower pot you have, the longer you have had this same types of thoughts, the thicker the roads go to that thought pattern, the quicker they react. And there is actually, no more free will to a degree to certain people where they can't, and it's not their fault. And so understanding that, living in proper attentive conscious awareness, which is a completely another topic, you have to accept that and not be angry with it, because basically they weren't born in Kentucky, they weren't born in Manhattan, they weren't born in that, and they, you have to take that. So we're dealing with not necessarily educating certain people, because it's absolutely then physically And Capel, the other idea is like the second coming. Only if you've got groups of people, if you understand your own consciousness and understand that, you know, group orientation is like the strongest element of our being, to belong to a group, to belong to some kind of a, you know, if all of those people at one time can be all of them, that's why I'm dealing with, you know, ExxonMobil and Eon and all these other companies all over the globe doing the same thing at one time, because one's not going to do it alone and, you know, lose all their fund, their life, their capital, their whatever, you know, everyone's got to do it. Only if like the whole group of people, whether they're millions or hundreds of thousands, you know, in Asia, you have all the different dynasties, all the different, you know, ethnic, all the different types of groups. In America, you know, lots of different splitted off Christians groups and stuff. So there is a point where you have to deal with trying to get those in power over that particular group to let them see something different.
Right. Sure.
Because they won't. Because when your group orientation is such, and your family, your friends, your neighbors, everybody's in that, and you say, hey, it would be better to do that, and then they kind of, you know, bully you down immediately.
Right.
It's like,
well, the other thing is they can, you know, they can bully you up too. You know, it can work the other way. When the mob psychology is doing something good, then you feel stupid for not joining that too. You know, you can turn that train around.
Absolutely. And so I was talking about only, you know, that section of, you know, drug addicts that are on the streets that, you know, their brain is gone. It's not their fault. They can't have a, you know, but anybody, you know, in the highest forms of, you know, political and can, you know, change. They can still, going from Psaka, you know, I haven't discussed that in this because I've just tried to touch on, because doing lots of other things, the first part of the functioning of present tense thinking. And the next would be to identify and explain what Psaka is, purposeful psych-attended conscious awareness. These are people who actually believe in their minds that humanity is there to use for your benefit. And that
when do you think you'll have your videos like completed on your channel? How long do you suppose it'll take you? I guess I'm wondering if it's going to be weeks or months or years. You know, that's all. You know.
I just threw that out there last summer, busy with all this other stuff that I have to do. So I'm talking about, you know, getting into weeks.
So that's cool. Yeah, I'll definitely watch them. I'll probably subscribe to your channel when I.
Well,
you know, you keep coming back and all. Sure, it's interesting.
Well, that's what life's about. Is
all right,
sharing.
I'm gonna take off. I'm like down, just walking about 200 meters up to buy a single cigarette as least often as possible at this little store around the corner. So I gotta go get one, but I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right, Richard. I need to run off and do some. The nature's calling too. Bye, Richard.
Later, Richard.
It looks like. Are you there, Jose?
Yeah, I'm here, John.
All right, because I just want to. I have to, you know, go to the potty, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, do your thing, John.
All right.
Yeah, I've got to mute myself because everybody says I echo.
You turned down your speakers earlier, didn't you, Beck?
Yeah, but apparently.
I think that did the trick.
Well, I think when Richard mutes himself, I don't echo. That's weird.
I'm gonna mic myself and see what happens. Just talk.
Because Richard's in Cambodia or wherever, you know, that's why I echo, you know. So kind of long distance, I don't know.
So you're all right when you talk. You're
Yeah,
okay when you talk.
it must
I
be
think the echo's
something to
gone.
do with a or something. I think a Chinese phone or something like that. You know.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Yeah, I can hear the echo when I talk. Maybe it's me, man.
No, that was me. And I don't know. I don't know if it's my connection. I've got a bit of lag. You know, busy first thing. It's 9 a.m. here, so
Yeah.
a lot of schools using the internet, etc. You know, all logging in.
Yeah, I'm kind
Yeah.
of interested what John's saying about the subconscious and all that other stuff. What are you thinking about what he's saying?
To be honest, I wasn't really listening.
But it's a hard sell, if you ask me. I mean, not everybody's going to go on board with what he's saying.
Yeah. There's more stuff in the windmill, but we're already 12%, you know, alternative energy power, and it's kind of rising every year, you know.
Yeah.
I thought Germany was, I know they're a bit ahead on the solar stuff, but
right.
They're not so much into the wind power, I don't think. I don't know if they've got. I thought Germany were going a bit more nuclear, the nuclear way, but they were getting a lot of demonstrations.
Right.
About the nuclear power. Not really looked into it, but more towards renewable.
What were you saying
Cheaper.
earlier, John, about
Solar power technologies, you know, it's increasing, getting cheaper year in, year out, you know.
Yeah.
The technology.
What were you saying earlier about the buildings in terms of the garbage and stuff that's being created every day, John?
Well, the target is by 2020 recycled. Our council's at 72% of trash gets recycled at the moment.
Yeah, but
so they're well on target to meet. But that's a European standard. Coming out of Europe now, so we don't have to adhere to that target. You know. Yeah. It's a bit of a worry, I suppose.
You know, what gets me is knowing that the styrofoam is not biodegradable. You know, these governments, they allow these manufacturers to produce these styrofoam products. You know what I'm getting at, Beck?
Yeah, the same with plastics. If it's recycled, you know, if it's reused, you know, but the biggest problem, I think, is just growth in general. You can't keep growing.
Yeah, I mean, the plastics, you know, you could recycle a lot of those plastics, you know, containers, whether it's milk bottles or whatever. But when it comes to the styrofoam cups and, you know, food containers, there's no way of recycling styrofoam. So,
I think a lot.
We know it's bad for the
I
environment.
think these paper cups, paper bags are making a comeback.
They should have never went away to begin with.
No, it's just profit, quick profit.
Yeah.
But I mean, overall, the big picture is growth, unlimited growth. You know, if you want an economy to grow 5% a year, you know,
I mean,
You know, over 10 years, it's grown 60, 70%, you know.
even these
20 years,
these
doubled.
big stores, these grocers, they still sell plastic bags.
Well, there's a 5% charge on them here.
Yeah.
But it's not stopped people.
No, I was at the grocery store earlier. Same thing. I brought my own recycled bag, but I needed a couple of bags, and I know it's bad for the environment.
Done it myself. You can take the bags back to the store, you know.
Yeah. But but
not too many of them.
I think a lot of these big name stores, they should just stop with these plastic bags and sell the customer reusable bags at the counter. And if they really want to help out the environment, they should go about it that way.
Yeah, only have paper bags, no matter what the cost is. But
right.
I mean, a lot of
have the paper bags there too.
Yeah. But I mean, in a bigger picture, a lot of it's producing goods and shipping them halfway around the world. You know, when you and all that energy, to make something in China or India to sell it here.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
I mean, even like CDs, when the CDs started coming out, you have this hard plastic container holding a CD in there, along with the other part of the plastic. And that stuff ends up in the landfills. They never recycled those plastics. And I remember Neil Young, he was so fed up, he said, "No, you're going to be putting out my CD in paper, no plastic packaging." I went out about that album actually with Mirrorball, and it was paper. It wasn't in plastic.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the time the packaging actually, there's more energy put into making the packaging than the product. Yeah, I don't know the solution. I mean, it's just growth. Got to make money. If it makes money, we'll produce it.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, eh? Like, I mean, nobody is talking. Nobody wants to know about the Amazon and what they've been doing there all these years, chopping down the Amazon. And these tribes being moved out, and a lot of those animals and stuff that were once part of that area, they're gone.
Yeah, it's a big ecosystem. Everything's interlinked. I was watching a documentary about the Great Barrier Reef the other night.
Yeah.
You could lose up to a third of it with bleaching.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the coral can't recover.
Yeah, a lot of it is dying, eh? The coral reef.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's thousands of species, fish, etc., and coral. But it's an interlinked system, it's like the Arctic ice cap melting, it's a natural process. It melts, it recedes, it grows, but it's receding, it's accelerating every 10 years,
I was talking to Richard and Hassam earlier about that, the polar ice caps melting at a rapid rate, and Richard just blew it off.
Yeah, I mean, it's a complicated system. I mean, it governs, the Arctic governs sea, it's warm seawater, it sinks down, it governs the sea, the currents, it takes nutrients, it circles it around the globe.
Right.
Atmosphere, it governs our climate, our weather systems. It's a big system. Work it out,
Well,
But
Richard said, oh, it's only a couple of degrees, difference, blah, blah, blah. Well, it's not blah, blah, blah.
yeah, a couple of degrees is a big rise.
I didn't say blah, blah, blah. I said it's happening slow. I said that the solution is happening much more quickly than the problem is growing. That's what I said.
Right. I'm the one that said blah, blah, blah. That's it.
To the ozone, that happened quickly. I'm not so sure about the solution to carbon dioxide.
The ozone depletion, I recall that, and I remember the U.S. government saying that, well, no, it's not that big, And then when they did reveal it and they showed it, man, it was over 3 times the size that they were saying. And people were getting skin cancer like you wouldn't believe. When those numbers started coming out, they could no longer hide the truth. And, it's a big thing, eh? When you have that kind of damage in the ozone and you have that protective area missing, this is going to happen. And, the way it is, right?
Yeah, plus it takes decades for that to recover, and even the way that they recycle these CFCs is a slow process.
Yep.
Fridges, etc. I mean, but as far as I know, I think the hole shrunk quite a bit. Did it shrink quite a bit? Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no evidence there was ever a time when there wasn't a hole,
Yeah, I know, Richard.
Well, I mean, there's natural. That's the problem. The scientists worldwide have got to equate natural rises, natural meltings in with the effect we have. That's a problem.
Yeah, like when you have methane from the cattle and stuff. Yeah, that's understandable.
Well, there's a hell of a lot of methane under the seabed.
As well, yeah.
You get a big earthquake and you can release a hell of a lot of methane from the seabed.
Yeah. Yeah. And that goes on all the time. We just don't see it.
It's sulfur released from volcanoes, various sulfur gases. A big volcano blowing its top could cause us problems worldwide.
Yeah, I know all about that sulfur stuff, man. When I was back home in the village where they have those the hot springs, you got the sulfur coming up to your face. You can't be standing there too long. You'll get knocked out from those fumes.
Yeah. Yeah, I watched a flight that was, they were making, some guy was flying out to Fiji, some island out there.
Yeah.
It had risen up and they had to ban flights in a 2,000-mile radius or something like that because of the sulfur fumes.
Yeah.
They weren't affected by the dust particles, just the fumes,
It's almost like rotten eggs, and it's kind of burns your eyes, man.
Yeah. But I mean, a big one going off or a couple going off at the same time, would realise the effect on crops, etc. globally. Food production. At those big calderas that slip into the ocean off the coast, when a mountain slides in, you can actually see them where they've happened, over geological time.
Yeah, we have a village there that's called Calderas. Same name. And that's what it is.
Yeah, you can see them on a satellite geological map, just like a big handprint slipped into the sea.
Yeah, back.
Almost every coast. Yeah. we're a little blip in time geologically. You know, a couple of 100,000 years. Fascinating stuff, that tectonics. And when you delve into it, you know.
Yeah.
So you go in one direction, you look at space, you know, you start getting into this particle, you know, and stuff to try and understand it. You think, oh, fuck, I can't work that out in my head. And you go back to something simpler. And it takes you another direction. You end up, you have to know about magnetic fields and crap, you know.
Right.
I end up watching vegetable tips on YouTube. So what made you settle in Germany, John?
Fate.
Things.
Fate.
Fate.
No. Well, I was at Indiana University studying, and I quit after my third semester, and I quit studying and was just working as a freelance musician, playing in a little recording studio, and was gonna try and figure things out. And I went and took a couple lessons from Phil Farkas, who was at that time kind of considered the best teacher in the world at Indiana University. And after having a lesson or two with him, I had an opportunity to go to Italy and work there as a substitute for someone that was sick for a few months, which I did. And after I was there, I auditioned for the job and they gave me the job. But at that time, because the United States wasn't part of the European community, they couldn't give me a permanent job. And I was advised by, I was a kid, 21, I suppose, to, go up to Germany and audition there. And I got this job a year and a half later in Germany. And I took it, and I've been there ever since. And it's been a real interesting time, learning how the world is from perspective of the European, or this area, which is much at that time more of a, there's a lot of, each country as much, from a worldly basis, kind of, at that time growing up, gave me some kind of an insight into life, which I would have never had I not made that perchance.
Do you travel back to the States much?
Well, at first, family, of course, and then kids came along, and then it got more expensive. I was at the States just recently, just about a year ago. Well, yeah, and that was, it's really good now to reconnect with the States.
Yeah, they're very expensive kids, and they don't stop being expensive.
That's right.
At what age they are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Philosopher.
You see it, Beck?
Huh?
You see them? on the Hangouts? I sent some pictures.
Oh, sorry, I closed the Hangout page down because I thought that was slowing up my.
Oh, it's all right. I just sent 3 pictures of the
Oh, the volcano. Oh, sulfur. Yeah. Yeah. There was a documentary on TV the other night about the one at Yellowstone National Park. Right, fascinating. The wildlife, etc. Depends on, the warm geysers, etc. It's a hell of a big dip in the land, that Yellowstone. Extinct volcano, yeah.
Yeah.
Would like to see that erupt. I think we'll all be fucked if that goes.
I don't know what happened to the first image. It says it's unable to show the image.
Where were you posting?
Might be copyrighted on the Hangout page.
These are my personal pictures.
Are they? I think, I haven't. I've seen volcanoes and I've seen volcanoes that have been spouting, but.
Oh, here we go.
If I was going to spend any time at holiday, it would be that Yellowstone,
Yeah, that's a beautiful park, man.
Yeah. I know somebody that well, I used to be in touch with somebody that used to go every year.
Right.
He hired a mobile home, spent up going for years, and he still hadn't seen it all,
Yeah, they have on close by another part. What they do is people will dig on the sand. They'll dig like 2.5 feet into the sand, and they'll put their pot with water and all their food, and then they'll put the lid on. They'll put the sand on top of the pot. They'll come back 6 hours later, and the food will be all cooked. Yeah.
Like an oven.
Yeah, Beck.
I don't mind the kind of wild outdoors, but you got to be close to some creature comforts, like a bar.
Well, there are lots of those there, man. Just no different than England, man, or Scotland, man. There's pubs everywhere, man.
Yeah, be a bit cheaper, the beer.
Oh yeah, man. Even the cigarettes are cheap over there.
I know that. Yeah. Well, I'm only into cigars now. Little cigars.
Mm-hmm. But they drive like lunatics there, man, at the island. Never seen anybody drive like that when we were there. And it's a cliff, a lot of it, the roadway, it's a cliff. You make one mistake, and it's like 100 feet drop into the ocean,
Well, some of the roads are like that here, but the locals drive like lunatics because they know the road,
Right.
They visit, and it can be a bit scary, particularly night driving, He's coming towards you.
Right.
the locals will just keep going. You know, sometimes you'll have to reverse half a mile maybe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I mean, when the tourists come, it's not worthwhile going out on the road at all. You know, madness. You get these buses, you know, the coaches, you can be stuck, you know. A journey that should take you 20 minutes would take you 2.5 hours, you know.
How about like Edinburgh? A lot of roundabouts or no?
Oh, Edinburgh's traffic, same as any other city. It's a one-way system, and if you end up, you know, can add 3 hours to your journey, you know. Traffic. There's no such thing as a rush hour now. It's all bloody day, you know.
Yeah, eh?
Yeah. I mean, some of in Birmingham, in England, London, Manchester, they exceed the pollution limits, and they're starting to ban cars from the certain registrations, you know, odd registrations from the town centre.
Right.
You know, it's because they exceed the particles per million or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're obviously putting more taxes on older cars, you know.
Man, can you imagine Mexico City and friggin' China? What do you call Shanghai and, you know?
Yeah, well, they do the same thing. They'll ban traffic, you know. They'll ban certain traffic or whatever. It's pretty complicated.
Imagine
Milan.
lost every day.
Milan, done at Milan, Madrid, Paris, you know, they're all having problems.
I don't have those problems up here, man.
No, I mean, we don't, but I mean, even the smell and taste, if I go to Aberdeen, you can smell, you can taste it. Not, you know, when you're away from it for so long, you know.
Yeah.
It's just your life choice. Where do you live? But if you've got 16 million people in a city, they've not got any choice, you know.
Exactly. I mean, Brazil is bad for that too, man. Like Sao Paulo and Rio.
Yeah. Yeah, but Brazil was doing good with alternative fuel, you know, the alcohol.
Yeah.
For a while. Giving up on that now. Sugar cane.
Mm-hmm.
Cachaça. It's not going to. Yeah.
I just said the name of the stuff, man. From sugarcane. We make cachaça. You've had some, right?
No, can't think I've tasted it.
You never tasted it, eh?
No, I've had rice wine, I've had poutine.
It's like moonshine, but it's made out of sugarcane.
Yeah, distill alcohol from almost anything.
Yeah, man.
I know a guy that made with the orange peel, apple peel. He'll make a wine out of it.
Yeah. Well, we made some shine out of. We had a barrel of wine that went bad, so we took it up to the farm. And, we did it there in the barn, man. Fuck. I was hallucinating, man. That stuff was fucking potent, man. That was actually when the Gulf War was happening.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't, when you start making that stuff, the first liter or a little bit more than a liter, you got to throw it out, eh? When you're making shine.
I've not made, I've known guys that have made stills, you know, they've made their own alcohol stills. They've even done it out in the Middle East in containers.
Yeah.
From the locals, they're not bothered, they'll turn a blind eye.
Yeah.
And some you make that too strong. I mean, you kill yourself if you drink too much of it, you know.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is when you start making it and the first stuff that's coming out over a liter, you gotta dump that out, eh? That stuff is poisonous.
Yeah, it's got to be very sterile. I've made lager, you know, I made my own lager years ago, but you end up drinking it before it's fermented properly. You get that sediment at the bottom of the bottles, but you know, if you you can still drink the stuff that you're supposed to again and again, you know. You just get a bit impatient.
Yeah, I had some friends in the early 90s. These brew your own beer places were starting to happen, and they got into that, eh? Brewing their own beer, and I tasted some.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's nice. I did it, you know, just an experiment, you know, but it worked out about 3 pence per pint, 4 pence per pint, something like that. And you were paying like £1.50 for a pint, you know, in the bars.
Yeah.
Now you'll pay about £3.40 for a pint in the bars, you know.
Yeah, I think
$5 a pint, you know.
I think it was like $2 1/4, $2.50 a beer back then at the pub or the bar.
Yeah.
Up here.
What do you pay for a pint now? What's a pint now?
Well, you guys have pints. We have a beer. How many mils is that? 340 something.
Oh, I think it's more. I think it's about 750 milliliters, something like that, to the pint.
Yeah, that's for you guys. We don't have, unless I go to a British pub and get a real pint.
Yeah.
It's probably it's $8, probably $9 now for a pint at a British pub here.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was cheaper than that. Oh.
A beer is like $7 at a normal bar.
That sounds dearer than here. It's about £3.40 for a pint here.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, the price has gone up. See, what happened is in around 2003, the Ontario government, they banned smoking in bars and restaurants.
Yeah, it's banned in every you can't, if you have a works van, and he's a smoker, you can't smoke in that van. Yeah.
Yep. That's the same thing with truck drivers. If you work for a company, you're not allowed to smoke in the work truck.
Banned it in public parks here, you know, outdoor parks.
Yep.
You know.
That's taking it too far, man.
Well, it's if kids can see it, you know, it's mostly for kids, the parks, and if they're seeing people sitting smoking, you know.
Right. But it's okay for them to take the tax money at the convenience store where they sell the cigarettes, right? For tax.
central government that takes a tax, yeah.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying, right? They're a bunch of hypocrites.
Well, out in Australia, Vel will probably know, Velvet, that you can't smoke on the beaches.
Wow.
Anti-smoking, the Aussies.
That's crazy, man. You can't have a cigarette in the beach, eh?
Well, and some of them, from what some Aussies have told me, yeah, I mean, in their tobacco, they'll pay twice as much as it is in the UK,
Crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, we always had the Aussies asking us to bring tobacco from Europe, because it was nearly half price.
Yeah.
Or even half price to UK. The price is compared to Holland, Belgium, France,
Well, they've lost here in Ontario over 50% of legal cigarette sales due to people buying, contraband cigarettes.
Yeah, I mean, we had a shop on a ship. I mean, they'd sell you cigarettes, sell you tobacco, but they wouldn't sell you a fucking lighter.
Oh, fuck me.
Oh, you try getting a lighter up your fucking ship. Fucking hell, it's like smuggling cocaine.
Unreal.
Yeah, gold dust. Yeah, they find you with a couple of lighters. You fly out to a ship in a helicopter. They find you with a couple of lighters on you. So
They take you out of the ship with a helicopter, eh?
yeah. Well, depending on where it is. So obviously, if it's in port, no.
Man.
If it's actually working, and a swapping crew, But if you get 2 or 3 lighters in your pocket, they'll dismiss you straight away. Or at least you're in deep fucking shit, I've known guys not been asked back on a job, when I've been locked in the wrong area.
I mean, was there any kind of explosive materials nearby when they were doing this, when they lit up?
There's explosive gases stored on the ship, etc. There's only one area, one small, tiny fucking area that you could smoke, but
okay.
I smoked in the cabin, and the fucking guy I shared with, he was a non-smoker. He could fucking smell. I mean, he could smell it off of me anyway. There's an extraction fan. I sat in the There's as well, yeah. It's a risky fucking job smoking now,
Yeah, man. But they always target smokers, eh?
Always everywhere, If you target people that weigh 30 stone more.
Yeah, they don't tackle these other real issues, homelessness and poverty and older people with whatever situations.
Oh, it's a health thing. The health thing as well. There's nothing worse than some fucking 25 stone fat twat telling you not to smoke.
Yeah, man.
Stop eating chocolate. I get it on here. When I mention chocolate. Oh, you'll have diabetes.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
I think my doctor will tell me. I think she'll tell me if I've got diabetes. I fucking love chocolate.
Yeah, over 2 years ago, he told me my family doctor, we'll book an appointment for you. You know, come in and do a physical. I kept postponing it. You know, until now. I don't want no friggin' physical. Man.
Well, I got blood tested 3 or 4 times, maybe more a year. You know, the don't know if diabetic shows up in a swab test, but you're tested for drugs all the time, yeah. And whatever the test does, it would show up in your blood test. It would show up diabetes, you know.
Yeah.
Obviously, I haven't been tested for a couple of years, but it doesn't particularly fucking worry me.
Yeah, it doesn't worry me either. I got high cholesterol and stuff, but I mean, I don't want, you know, him sticking, you know, with a glove up my, you know, rear.
Yeah.
So that's why I kept, you know, postponing.
Yeah. I've had the camera up my ass.
You know, that's for exit only, you know. He wasn't going to stick his finger up there.
Here, once you pass 55, you get that medical, you know, you get that endoscope thing. You don't have to take it, but, you know, you're called in for it. So it's free, so you might as well have it, you know. Serge is still there on the text chat. You know, the worst chat on the web, he's still there, you know.
Which one is that?
The Serge. He's still ranting on the worst chat on the web, you know. Going to let him join. I think Richard's going to let him join the chat. John's making his breakfast there. I'll have 3 eggs. 3 eggs, please, John.
Wash the dish first.
And I'll potter about a bit in the garden. Fresh air. Oh. 42 in it already. Try and remember your ID and your picture, John. If brother hang out and you're not on it, we'll try and add you.
I'm about done with washing the dishes and the other things.
Yeah, his little chores.
Yeah.
I've got a list. I never get to the bottom of it. Crystal has controls. Richard has controls. I'll take it down to you on the list, Rosie. Right. Where is Rosie? Oh, where is he? Grits, you coming in, Grits? Russell? That animated picture Buddy's got's funny. You can still argue with him, Grits, so we're just going to pass on the control panel in case Richard falls asleep. Right back, was he? Yeah, hang on. Oh, hang on, Rosie. Yeah, he said it's the worst chat on the web, but he's still here. I think he was in, but I don't think Richard's going to allow him to stay long. He sniped Buddy and Richard the other day, you know.
Yeah, not cool.
Yeah. No, it's not. Hey, Gritsy.
Right.
Hey, Grizz.
Hey, man.
I even think he said if he's added, they will snipe again, which isn't a good thing to say, really.
Yeah, I mean, are you serious?
Yeah, he actually said he'd snipe them if they muted him.
Yeah.
Not a good advertisement, really, is it?
No.
Oh, can't see you on the list to pass the controls, Gritsy.
I've already got him. I can give him. I think everyone here has got them. Maybe.
Thing is, I can't get to the bottom of the list to pass on others at the bottom, but Richard's got them.
Who do you want me to give him to? I can give Thursday them. I'll give him Thursday.
I think they'd be useless for me, man. I'm on a tablet.
Oh, well, you've got them anyway, just in case.
Yeah, it's just I've got lag, you know, and if I echo, then I've got to jump out, and then, you know, the more people are.
I don't know if I can hide anybody. I tried to do that the other day. I couldn't unhide shotgun.
Oh, it works on a tablet, Jose. Somebody else will have to add you, RJ. I can't find you. R.J. R.Space J. There we go. People. Get a lot of lag to bring up a page, you know.
That sucks.
Yeah. It's not so much this notepad. I think it's my internet speed gets choked up. Space G.
Beck, what do you think about Russia moving in their warship there to that area, and them being pissed off at Trump doing what he did?
Well, when you've got different warships nearby, you've got to communicate.
Well, apparently, the Russians are saying, well, Putin is saying he's not very happy with what Trump did there.
I think Russia's in the right.
Yeah. Thing is, with a warship, you know, you've got a big airspace around you. You get a plane flying that you know, isn't yours. It becomes a threat. You know.
Yeah.
You get very little reaction time to these new fucking missiles. You've got to communicate. And they're still not communicating about flights at the moment, which is not a good idea. Yeah. And you shoot down somebody's plane, whoever it is, they shoot one of your planes down in retaliation, and your ships, you attack one of their, it soon fucking escalates, you know.
Yeah.
And have you seen what Syria, the US are doing on the Jordanian border? They're like 70 kilometers off a Persian or Iranian military base, and they wanted to do exercises, military exercises in Syria. So I'm guessing they're gonna like push in and start meddling there as well now.
Well, you know that's coming, Chris.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying people are
United Nations. This is where the United Nations are useless.
Right, but it's escalated into a war, and we're one in war. That's why we're doing it. Look at Trump. He's like starting fights with everyone now. Syria, Korea, you know, he's just prodding his nose all over the place.
Yeah, he's like poking the bear, man.
Well,
exactly.
When you've got a United Nations, you would imagine democratically, if they said, right, both of you get out of there, you would get out of there. We've all got a veto, UK, the States, vice versa. Russia and China will use their veto. It's a wasted body, you know, they're absolutely useless.
What do you think they should do then, DB?
I think they should have a vote in the United Nations and tell us, a lot of us, to get out of there.
What about Russia? They were invited in by Syria.
Same thing, you know, get out of there.
And why should they get out there when they were invited in?
To do what? Support?
To get rid of ISIS.
Assad?
No, they've been invited in to get rid of ISIS, which they were doing, until the airbase, which they were using to bomb ISIS, got bombed by the US the other day.
Well, we know that, but we're not going to accept that, are we?
Yeah, well, exactly, though. But they're doing what we're not doing. They're actually fighting the rebel groups and ISIS. I don't see the problem. The entire reason why sorry, David.
I can't see United Nations sorting it out.
Right, but the entire reason why we're just trying to get rid of Assad. That's the only reason why we got interested in it.
Yeah, Yes, to get rid of ISIS. We know the Russians have done more than we've done in 10 fucking years.
Exactly.
But we won't accept that.
Yeah, so why are we actively, stopping what they're doing when they're actually doing it? If that's our aim to just get rid of ISIS, then why are we, hindering them?
Oh, does it look good? Does it look good on us if it's the Russians that sorted them out? Does it?
But what's the problem with that? It's better to just get rid of them at all and, start bombing the people who are trying to get rid of them.
I would have said that. Yeah.
See, that's why I think there's another agenda, and that's to get rid of Assad. They don't want him there at all. That's the main reason. And they're using Assad. They're using ISIS as kind of like a tool. They're like just there. So they're thinking, well, we might as well, since they're already here, we might as well use them to help us get rid of Assad. And then we'll get rid of ISIS.
Well, I don't think they're particularly bothered, to be honest. It's one of the little wars that are going on.
Yeah.
They're probably thinking of where they're going to start the next war if they pull out of that one.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, if you look at what you remember Libya, right? Libya had sarin gas, and the rebels who were basically tied to ISIS in Libya, who have like taken over the country, had access to those chemical weapons like sarin gas, so they're probably giving it to ISIS, and it's probably them gassing them anyway.
Well, I think we're bothered what happens in Libya at the moment. The oil's still flowing out of there.
Yeah. Well, it's like some like tribal warfare now. It's like a few tribes basically trying to control the country.
It is, and that's what it will be when we pull out.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's what they're going to end up leaving Syria like, just like factions fighting all over. If we just leave Assad in, it's quite simple.
It's probably what will leave Iran like if we poke our nose into Iran.
Well, they want to stop Iran. Look how much they target Iran, and they're like, I don't agree with some of the stuff they do, but we provoke them.
Yeah. We're provoking on a lot of fronts at the moment.
And how much is King Jong-un going to take? He says if one bullet is fired at anything of like his, he'll just go out all out war and bombing everything.
I mean, I said the other day, why don't they just target these missiles? They could take out Assad if they wanted to. They could take out Kim Lee Mong, whatever his name is, if they wanted to.
Kim Jong-il.
Yeah, but then you're aiming at leaders, and if you kill political leaders become a target.
Right, but why do they have a right to kill Assad?
Well, they don't, but
There we go. That's the problem.
But I think you would have a lot less casualties in the long run if you took him out now.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it right. I mean, he was democratically elected 3 years ago by 88% of the people. So that's like us when we first got David Cameron in, like 3 years into his I don't know, whatever you call it. Yeah, 3 years into that, we have like a civil war, and then I don't know, Russia comes along and says, "Look, David Cameron's getting all these people killed. Let's just start bombing him and put someone in called, I don't know, Vladimir Shevchenko or someone who's a puppet for Russia, Same thing."
No better. Theresa May wasn't elected, was she?
Yeah, so why don't... Well, that's another example. We could just say, well, she didn't got any right. And if there were war and stuff here, and people were fighting each other, then does that make it right for the US to come in and just overthrow the government?
Complicated. I don't know what the solution is. I would say it's bombing civilians.
No.
And if you look at that story that happened, that took away all from what the US did when it just bombed Mosul a few weeks back and killed 300 people. Because then they were all focusing on the 80 people, which is basically 3.5 times less people who died than the US bombs. So
Yeah. Because that took that right out of the news straight away.
Yeah, it's propaganda war, and they're trying to control the people's, thoughts and get them angry at certain people while their own government are doing evil things.
Yeah. Being released now about the Vietnam War, etc. That 50-year window where they've got to release documents and stuff. Wikipedia are getting them, but a lot of them are blanked out.
Well, they'll release like certain stuff, but they'll always censor the most sensitive information.
Yeah.
So that happened in 1967.
Well, it was the Indochina War that started it off. A lot of people don't even realise there was 250,000 Koreans in that war. Yeah, it went on for quite a while. I'm afraid war makes money.
I don't think it's just for money though at this point. I think it's also for control and power.
Well, they're realising the economy's turning, world economy's turning around.
Yeah.
It's taken a while, but it's certainly flipping over.
Well,
it's a diversion right now.
Just think all these countries in the Middle East are getting under like this Russian-China influence, which is a threat to us, Iran in the Russian sphere, Kazakhstan, Syria, Georgia, they've got a nice little bloc that are basically, all allies and trading partners and stuff, and there's a growing influence in that region. I don't think the powers that be in our nations in the West don't like that.
I find the Chinese quite funny. I mean, they just sit back and watch this and later and say, we'll rebuild your roads, bridges and railways.
After they bombed them in the first place.
Yeah, want to buy a washing machine? Yeah, it's like they stand at the side and watch the two guys punch each other out, It's... Let them fight. Let them fight together. Let them fight. We shall make the Apple iPad.
Yeah, but what's interesting is Trump. He had a lot of these little issues that were going on. Well, there were more than little issues. And then all of a sudden, he sends all these missiles over there, Syria, and then people they focus on the missiles and this situation, and they're not even thinking about the other turmoil he got himself involved in. In Washington, right? Good diversion,
what
right?
We're talking about these wars, and it takes your mind off everything else.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, yeah, a lot of times when the public are, distracted, they'll be passing regulations that freedoms away and stuff. So they've done that plenty of times.
Distraction. Misinformation. That will keep them busy.
Oh yeah.
You get the same thing in the news, when that truck, that Eden drove that truck into 4, 5. I mean, it took up half the news program. I mean, I feel sorry for the people who were killed. It was some nutcase.
Yeah.
murdering people. But to take up half a news program for 4 people, you know.
Yeah, that's really something.
By all means, report it. But, you know, you get bombs going off every day out in these Baghdad. They're killing hundreds. And they take up half a news program with 4 white Europeans.
Yeah.
It's a bigger tragedy if it happens in Europe, eh?
Yeah.
Really strange old world, eh?
It didn't used to be this way. You know.
Well, I don't know. I think it's always going to be that way. Jose, even reporting the famines. You know, there's a famines for 20 years going on in Somalia and Sudan.
Yeah, but what
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say is like in the early 70s, and you know, even in the middle and late 70s, when you turn on the news, you know, you see these reporters, like there was ABC and you were getting real news reporting, not like it is today. You know,
No,
the
I
news
think
have their facts
proper
and
news
have
reporting.
the reporters researching, you know, the stories. Now a lot of it is made up bullshit. Right?
Well, yeah, I remember the news reporters from the 70s on the wars. They were there actually in the situation, and the other reports weren't clipped or cut. You know, maybe it'd been cut. They wouldn't have shown people blown to bits, but journalism, you know, like John Pilger, etc. But now you get it in 30-second bites. You know.
Yeah.
Somebody in Lebanon telling you what's reporting and what's happening in Syria.
Yeah. They even have these green rooms, and they make, you know, they make the location look like, you know, another country, another scene, and they lie. You know what I mean? It's make believe.
You're on the green screens.
Yeah.
You just don't want a balanced report. That's all it is. You want a balanced report over, you know, a few different media, but concentrated into a few sources. I prefer reading an article, you know, in a newspaper or something, and then doing 2 or 3 different newspapers.
Right.
Well, that's why you've got such a backlash on what they say, you know, alternative media, all this fake news as they brand it, because they're trying to keep their hegemony over the what kind of media that the people are susceptible to. They don't like people going to, I don't know, even like independent journalists. There's loads of independent journalists in like Syria right now and stuff. They don't like people going to there to get the facts. They'd rather people just go to BBC or something.
Like independent journalists anyway, you know.
Well, exactly. But that's because maybe they're not pushing the narrative that they want anyway.
Exactly, Grizz.
Yeah. When you start reading these independent journalists as well, I mean, I think they're still better, but you also get information overload.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you've got to focus on one subject. I mean, if you were talking about, you know, that bomb in the 3 houses, yeah, or 3 whatever, and the amount of people that killed, there's loads of information on it. You dissect it down and try and piece it together. What happened, you know?
Right, but I'd rather.
Well, you haven't got the time. You know, you start looking into, right, what's happened. Is it going to be a hearing? Who's going to be at the hearing? Who's going to be independent at the hearing? Found out they shouldn't have been fired upon, and who's going to be punished? Who's going to be held accountable? you could spend years just focusing on that one incident.
Yeah, but it doesn't really take that long to get, you know, a general idea of what's going on, which is all the news normally gives us anyway.
Well, we know we're not going to get the truth, but as far into it as you can. But what I'm saying is you haven't got the time. There's that many fucking atrocities. You haven't got time to dissect them all.
Right, sure, you can't go super in depth, but I think you can get a pretty good idea if it's just as good as you know, the narrative, the myth.
Well, we've got the overall picture, you know.
Yeah. Well, that's why you look at
You
a
know,
few
we're being,
different sources.
overall, we're all being fucked up the arse.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know. I think it's pretty interesting that, you know, that you know, when was this published? 9th of the 4th, 2017. Basically, local news reports in Jordan is that the US and the UK have begun operations on the Syrian border inside Jordan. And 70 kilometers away from there is the Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and they don't like their influence there. So it seems like they're prodding that region all of a sudden. Why such a, you know, switch on Syria all of a sudden? You know. And that was planned 2 months ago because they moved equipment into Jordan 2 months ago. There's plenty of articles saying they were planning to do some training, and not even training, but some, you know, operations in Jordan to do with Syria, and now it's all coming to pass at the same time.
I mean, they can't hold news back where, you know, people moved to. I mean, there was only 2 weeks ago they said there was a battalion going into Latvia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That battalion moved into Latvia almost 3 months ago.
Right.
I know that for a fact. Yeah. You get a lot of conspiracy theories, you know.
Yeah, but a lot of them are valid.
Yeah.
And Theresa May only just met with King Abdullah of Jordan a few days. When's this reported? April 4th. Yeah, so
Yeah, but
it's been around at the same time.
What you read in the Guardian?
Well, I've got a few sources up. This one isn't from the Guardian.
Hey, Beck and Liz, John, you also. Do you guys think that, first of all, what do you guys think about Trump's comment to that reporter who asked him would he use nukes if he had to? I'm not talking about now, I'm talking months ago. And he, with a straight face, said, yeah, if he had to, he would use them. What do you guys think about that comment? When he answered that, do you think he was serious?
The idea it's a deterrent if you have them, to use them. Why would you have them? You know.
I didn't hear the comment, but knowing Donald, as I've learned to know him, you know, he says things, and then it's like, and then depending on how things develop a year, 2 years later down the road, it has a different meaning. So
yeah, but I think if he said people would have to say, well, why have you fucking got them then?
Yeah, I mean,
I think they would have to say yes. Any leader would have to say yes if they've got them. You know.
I mean, yeah, he said that. He said that he would probably, use the military as being the strongest, but in the world. But he continually said he wishes that it will never ever have to be used. But if any form of military is used, it should be used to win. And so, but he's repeatedly said, that's why he wants to. The idea is to make America great again, bring jobs back home. And 20 years ago, you can listen to his interviews saying the same types of things, how all the jobs are leaving, how we're destroying our own country through that, and saying that it's been insane to put 6 trillion into blowing up Libya and Iraq and all these, and to have that money at home. It would have been better to have that money. So the idea, I think, looking at it from the perspective of as a businessman who's made his money off golf courses and buildings and bridges and streets and casinos and girls and life, and that perspective of wanting, he's not into, he doesn't sell gift gas, he doesn't sell drugs, he doesn't sell bombs, he doesn't make his money in that regard. So he has an agenda, and I've just learned sometimes the things that he says take on a different meaning years later.
Well, Ronald Reagan was a bit of a strong character, and he managed to reduce nuclear warheads. Yeah.
That's why that's why I'm very strong into using the things that I'm interested in to put the world into transforming energy production, and at the same time decentralizing those big industries together, because when people are hungry, when people don't have jobs, when people are having their countries blown up for oil and stuff, it doesn't make people happy. So that's why I think it's a good idea to become energy independent, whether it's oil or coal right now, whatever. But the long term would be quickly to get into that market, which is if we only use 4% of the possible wind energy alone right now on the planet, we'd have double the amount. 7% covering Australia. With solar cells, we would supply the world. So the possibilities are there, and it's just the question of making your home, cleaning up your backyard, cleaning up the inner cities, getting the drugs. Unfortunately, that's a big problem.
But it seems like he's going back to the old ways of spending all this money on this fucking bullshit. Engaging in these tactics of war. I mean, those missiles. This could lead to something far more serious.
Yeah, but I think, we know about black ops, false flags. We know about, about all that stuff. Okay, so we have to go into there. But supposedly the narrative is, gift gas, and it's a hard call, but if we take it as the narrative suggests that this has to be stopped, he went and bombed the supposed airstrip where these things took off. He didn't, bomb the palace. He didn't bomb people. He didn't, there's been millions of people that have been died in the past 15, 20 years. Millions upon millions, of innocent, people that have lost their lives. And in these countries, Syria, Iran, Iraq, etc. And so that's a problem.
Well, they knew that Assad was a problem in 2003. United Nations, they had that meeting in New York, and where Assad was discussed, and they knew that this was going on with the kids and the babies and all that stuff. And yet they didn't act upon it. And he did the other night, right?
Yeah,
So,
you asked about Donald and using nuclear bombs. You know, from what I've gathered from this guy and listening to his interviews 30 years ago, talking about, businesses leaving the country and et cetera, he's on a different wavelength. And, we've heard all the 7 countries that are supposed to be taken over in the next 20 years. We've heard about all of that stuff, and that definitely is part of the narrative too.
but John,
Yeah.
what do you think Trump's policy of opening up the coal industry again?
Well, I think that I understand the short-term narrative of what you guys were talking about earlier about how it has to have a smooth transition. My idea would be the supposed wall that's going to go up, 2,000 miles of solar panels. It's insanity not to do that. To have to turn the wall into a mutual beneficial where the Mexicans will pay for the wall and the Americans will supply the solar cells, and to have that, because this is a problem. You have to have a country, you can't allow your house just open doors and everybody comes in and sleeps all over the place and wrecks the windows. You have to have some kind of law. And so I'm would like to get the guys there to think about doing things differently.
If he's a businessman, I think the Chinese would build it quicker, cheaper, and it would last.
Yeah, I think so too.
But that's not to guarantee that the wall's going to be there intact. You know what I'm getting at.
I didn't hear that. That's no guarantee that the wall's going to not be there and what?
Intact.
Intact.
Intact, yeah. I mean, it could be disassembled by some people from across the border.
Well, this.
Have you thought about that? You're talking about solar panels now, right?
Well, I'm talking about energy, and you mentioned coal, and I think it's stupid to use these resources for energy. And I know right now that the big deal is important to get away from the OPEC, so we're not giving $1 billion a day, but to give that money to the American people who are making energy. So I understand right now it's independence, but the long run quickly takes like gold, oil, coal, and all these resources are incredibly valuable resources, and we're burning them up. And it's so immediately energy independence, and it's giving people who don't care about $1 billion a day. Get it to
Why don't they put solar panels on the back of phones? I've got to plug mine in.
I didn't understand that.
Why don't they put a solar panel on the back of the mobile phone?
Yeah.
The windowsill.
Oh, well, let me think about that.
Well,
I think
that causes overheating potentially as well,
Well, it would automatically cut off when it's charged up, yeah.
Oh, there's a tremendous amount of, wireless electricity that can be transmitted from one place to the other. There's a ton of, technology out there that can be used immediately. It's similar to, the intelligence groups. They use technology, and what they don't realize, or like in the computer industry, that before, the researchers and the developers, they have something that they're working on that's way better than, than, and so when they give that out, whatever they give out to there's already something way beyond that. So, that's, self-preservation. That's where the real intelligence goes into, knowing that area.
Tech lecture. The tech lecture on the guy transmitting Wi-Fi with light, uses light. It's on a tech lecture. Obviously, you need a direct line of sight. to use light. He transmitted Wi-Fi using light.
Oh yeah.
Sort of tech lecture, but like 100 times faster.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, sure. So as far as coal goes, it'll be better for every country to become energy independent. And the whole thing that I'm getting into would be, to have each and every country. I was in Portugal. My first wife was Portuguese, and they have so much wind energy there. They have so much that they produce more, and because of the laws, they have to pump it into Spain for free. Because they overmake. When they make too much, they don't throw it away, so they just pump it into Spain at no cost. So until the world creates a global grid, and until the businesses in each country which create their windmills, create their solar panels, and pump it in, and until every, on the dark side of the, of the earth where they need energy, on the, light side with solar and with wind, until that becomes business, and that's why I think, if Americans, Exxon and these other companies would get into creating the grid quickly, and then to franchise out, to the countries, or the ability to tap into the grid and to pay them, there's a payment for, you make the energy, and then we give you 99 cents on the dollar or whatever. There's deals that can be made so that, these wars stop. But the first thing the better would be to give the jobs to America, with, instead of $1 billion a day to these guys, to give that to, so I understand coal, oil, and that stuff, it can't go that quickly, but at the same time, we should definitely be, creating that new form of business where it would be, Richard's Oil or Richard's Energy or Jose's, company, which would be a privately owned, company, with, hundreds of millions of offshore windmills where the wind's blowing, 100 or 60 miles an hour, 24/7. There's so much capability to really save the resources.
Well, it's happening. It's happening slowly.
Yeah.
Inevitable when you think about it. There's not an unlimited supply of gas and oil, but it's not unlimited.
Right.
Nobody's
It's more expensive to get to.
More expensive to get to?
Yeah, the oil is. Yeah, it's really deeper and deeper.
Oh yeah, and whew, it's funny, off of Fukushima. That was a something, and they had off the coast of Fukushima like 20 windmills. They're still functioning after the tsunami, after the earthquake. They're still out there working, and so capabilities are there, but it's going to have to be done on a global scale, and the whole globe is going to have to play with it, and they will. Anyway.
Yeah, it's interesting because we don't hear them talking much about Fukushima. I'm talking about the scientists and researchers.
Sure, they're not.
People, hey?
I understand. But, as I've understood it, nuclear energy, I know, we need that kind of high power for other things, which is important. But
right.
But as far as energy goes, it's like taking half of a city every day, digging it up to get the uranium, and then you put the most horrible chemicals into the process and dump that right back in, and you get a cake this big after 24/7. And then the stuff is radioactive for 1 million years. This is the worst and the most disgusting form of energy production ever by 1 billion degrees. And, you know, but the people that, you know, have those things don't want to give up that, you know, income. So people understand, you know, nuclear energy is you know, they sold it as clean, but it's insanity.
Yeah, but what else was going to drive up these factories? You needed that energy to meet the demand. You know.
What is up? What is going to what?
I said you needed these nuclear power plants to produce the energy, you know, to meet the demand of these factories and industry.
Yeah, but we're talking again. You know, when I was in New York many years ago, across the, you know, Broadway,
Long Island.
the lights were the words were passing by. The sun produces enough energy in 1 second to light the streets of Broadway for 1 million years. We've got capacity there. Just the cartels that don't want to give it up. And it, like I said before, it's gonna you know, the money will trickle down to millions of producers, and that's going to have to happen. But people aren't going to be hungry, and people aren't going to be blowing up. And the whole thing of it is, what I would want to get into in the future is, you know, it doesn't matter if you've got 50 billion or if you've got however many. If you are that top dog, you get the attention. You get the thing, and so there's going to be a change in how we create and pay for things, and it's, you know, it's going to be the same type of game, but more people, and everyone's going to be covered. It's going to be the same thing, but the numbers will change only differently. I mean, you know, the Roman Empire with the, you know, incredible architecture that they had. You know, the pyramids. They didn't have dollars. They didn't have billions. They had something else. But they were able to create incredible, beautiful. So we will still be doing that. It's not going to be really going into it's going to be going in that direction. But
don't forget the aqueducts.
No, we're not going to be. I'm saying at any given point in time, there has incredibly beauty and most highest form of technology that's going to continue, and the same people producing this stuff will be getting the attention that they hadn't and they deserve, but it will be a different game plan.
Right, but what I'm saying is the aqueducts that they created also.
Yeah.
Well, for that time period, that was pretty amazing.
Oh, yeah. Well, the pyramids. I don't know about that.
You know.
Oh my God. Yeah. Sure. I was just saying that just because if we're going to transform the energy production where there will be decentralization, meaning that the capital that is there right now in that industry will spread out to, you know, solar to wind to hydro to thermo. It'll be spread out to millions upon millions of other, you know, every household, everything. So the money energy is going to still be there, but, you know, there will be, you know, like in the like in the kings of England, when they suddenly would say, we're not going to have any more wheat. We're not going to have any more wool. Is no longer good. We want to do something else. Then you have, you know, no longer can have a living because and it's not being sold anymore. Something will change. There's going to be a change, but it needs to be done in a way that people aren't dying or suffering. But there will be an adjustment. But everyone's going to have to get on board.
Right, but not if they keep fucking fracking.
Yeah, well, that's I hear you. Hey guys, I gotta run. This has been really cool. I mean, Armando, what is his name?
Armando.
Armando. He, so he invited me to be able to, chat with you guys again. And Richard, Richard? You were in Where are you?
Richard left.
Oh, Richard left.
I think you went for
Went
a cigarette.
shopping.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I went to get a cigarette. Yeah, and shopping, I think too.
I think it's D. I mean, I only see a D here.
Yeah, that's Beck.
Yeah. Subscribe, John, and join the chat, and somebody will add you to the next stream. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah,
Be
John.
good.
You'll find the chat easy. If you just Armando's, if you've subscribed, Armando's channel will show live. Yeah.
Very good. All righty.
I'm sure he'll re-add you to the next one anyway, automatically.
Yeah.
Sounds good. All righty.
Okay.
Well, it's nice
Nice
chatting,
meeting you,
guys.
John.
It was really interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, have
Yeah,
a good
John.
one.
All righty.
Nice talking to you, John.
Nice talking to you too. We'll be talking hopefully sometime again soon.
All right, buddy.
All righty. Have a good one.
Yeah.
You too, John.
All right.
Hope you don't join when we're all screaming at each other.
Yeah, we were on some good behavior tonight.
It'll be quite funny if he joins when me and Tommy are all arguing.
Lice surge.
Dave singing.
Well, I don't know about lice surge. I mean, Richard's pissed off at him. He got sniped. I didn't know.
Can't work Serge out. I mean, 1 minute he's saying this is the worst chat ever.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Sits and chats for an hour and a half.
I mean, lice surge was doing so good, man. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, he was on Petrus talking about curling. He seemed quite chilled, but yeah, Buddy and Richard were having a tit-a-tat with him. Everybody was muting each other, including him. He was muting people. I did snipe Buddy and Richard from the panel.
Oh man, I've never muted anybody. I don't know how to snipe anybody, and I'm not going there, man.
Oh, even Shan sniped me from a hangout last night.
Oh man.
I was arguing with Tommy on a hangout. Shan didn't like it, but actually Tommy insulted me first. I thought, okay then.
Yeah, it's all in fun.
Shan was having a little romantic chat. They were swapping the record sleeves, etc. I was trying to argue with Tommy, and Shan sniped me. It was okay. I had some tomato seedlings to transplant anyway,
Yeah, I was thinking for the longest time earlier when John was talking about the subconscious and all that stuff. I was thinking, yeah, okay. You're a product of your environment from that young age. That's what you know. Whether you're in fucking New York or you're in a jungle in the Amazon. Yeah, you're gonna learn from your parents and the environment you're in. Of course, that's gonna be your subconscious and everything else that goes with it. You know what I'm saying,
Yeah.
Beck?
Oh yeah, I mean, I've sat at the beach with my granddaughter. I remember, and she remembers the discussion. You know, picking up a handful of pebbles and telling her about the different rocks, each different ones. You could identify them.
Right.
You know, telling her how sand was created, etc.
Yeah.
Today, she remembers that. You know.
Yeah, that's so cool, man.
You know.
Yeah, but some of the stuff he was saying, you know, I had a hard time trying to figure out exactly what he was trying to get to. You know, in terms of him saying, you know, like the world, to get the world on the same page, you know, with the subconscious, and
Yeah, I don't understand.
that's complicated shit, man. Even psychologists can't fucking figure that out.
Well, he's talking about some kind of utopia. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
where the spare energy is, it's given to somebody else. That ain't gonna
Right,
not in the immediate future anyway.
right. That whole utopia thing that he's talking about, man. You know, I could sit down on the floor over here and do some, you know, what do you call, like the Dalai Lama,
Yeah.
you know, meditate, you know,
Well, I
and
mean,
put
as far
myself
as the
in a trance.
gas and electric grids go, I mean, there is a big gas and electric. We get gas from France, you know, Germany, down through Russia. We share electricity when there's a demand. We can call on electricity from the French grid. You know, that's happening today.
Right.
But he's talking about on a global scale. You know.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to look like when everybody's lit up. I don't know. I mean, you see them like the pictures from space, the dark side of the planet. You know, it just looks like one. You can see all along every coastline, all the cities all lit up. You know, I think we're just one big fucking state. Might be able to terraform the whole planet into one big spaceship. Oh, I've got to go potter about in the garden for a bit. I've got a couple of little jobs to do, Jose. There, Jose. Am I there? Right.
Hey, Richard. Not bad. There it is. All right. Okay.
All right, Lindsay.
Way off. I just can't believe your eyes without a face. Such a human waste. Your eyes without a face. Keep your dream alive. Constant freedom, buried in the sand. My nature is falling.